This is the East Lansing City Council regular business meeting of February 17th, 2026. The meeting will come to order. Could we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Councilmember Meadows.
Here.
Councilmember Singh.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grigsby.
Here.
Mayor Altman.
Here. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Meadows, second by Grigsby. Any discussion of the agenda? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda is approved. Approval of the minutes of previous meetings. Is there a motion?
I make a motion, I'm sorry, do we need to have all three separate?
They can all be in one.
I make a motion to approve all three sets of minutes from the special meeting of February 3rd, 26th, and the regular council meeting on February 3rd, 26th, and the city council discussion only meeting on February 10th, 2026.
Okay, moved by Whalen,
Second.
second by Meadows. Any corrections to any of those minutes? Seeing none, the motion is on the minutes as presented. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those minutes are approved. Next is communications from the audience. Our first speaker is Parker Fisher.
Hello. Can you hear me well?
You can.
All right, thank you. Hi, my name is Parker Fisher. I serve as the chair of the East Lansing Housing Commission. So for those who are unaware, Housing Commission, part of our charges is to review and recommend city policy and ordinances and make recommendations to council as necessary. So there's a few housing-related items on the business agenda I'd like to speak on, so I'll try to do a rapid fire. Ordinance 1559. This is regarding the diverse housing requirement to allow for a fee in lieu and to allow for the transfer of diverse housing credits from areas outside of downtown. I appreciate council's willingness to move this forward. This is a step in the right direction. It provides a predictable system of incentives for developers while also ensuring financial viability for those projects. Additionally, the fees can be transferred to the proposed Affordable and Diverse Housing Fund, which will further support the city's housing goals. I'm looking forward to seeing Planning Commission take this up for review and hearing how this ordinance can be improved. Next, consideration of 1549 and 1538. This removes the rental regulations from Chapter 6 and places them into a new chapter. Housing Commission conducted a very thorough review, and I want to thank city staff for all their work on that project. And just as a reminder, this ensures that the city is brought into compliance with Proposal 1 that passed in November 2024. So that's a big deal. We want to make sure that the will of the voters is represented in our city ordinances. And I appreciate that it's getting closer to the finish line. Ordinance 1565 and 1566 regarding camping and use of city facilities. So Housing Commission discussed these proposed ordinances at our February 5th meeting. It was a productive conversation, and I appreciate Councilmember Grigsby's leadership in that discussion. But long story short, housing commissioners who are present are not supportive of the proposal as written. So I know people here will speak to it, and I won't belabor the point. And I know they can probably speak from their experiences better than I can. Overall, I'm just disappointed that this has taken away attention from other proposals from city staff that will better serve individuals in need. So things like the successful leasing program. This helps low to moderate income residents secure stable housing by supporting security deposits and a first month's rent. Also the alternative giving model that allows residents to provide support and donations to organizations serving individuals in need. So I would recommend that these policies are given more consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Benjamin Lowen.
Thank you, Parker. Can you hear me all right? Great. My name is Benjamin Lowen. I am a resident of East Lansing, vice chair of the Housing Commission, and an avid supporter of expanding housing accessibility for residents in our city and the greater Lansing area. That last point, I believe we can all find pretty common ground. Firstly, I'd just like to briefly offer my support for ordinances 1549 and 1538, As a member of the Housing Commission, who's gotten to see a lot of hard work on these proposed ordinances, I agree with the city staff's recommendation. And I'd now like to discuss some personal ideas I have concerning ordinances 1565 and 66, which are also available within the council's written communication that I sent. Over the course of my 3 years so far in East Lansing, I'd like to think I've developed a pretty well-rounded perspective on our city and our region's housing market and our most pressing concerns about housing and homelessness. I'd contend that most vital among these is that East Lansing has an inaccessible housing market, and while this is certainly an issue of price, location, supply, and demand, I think it's also an issue of East Lansing policy. Even with a more conservative reading of 65 and 66, it's hard for me to not also, as many have spoken to, see these policies as criminalizing homelessness. Considering you're voting today on these ordinances, which I strongly believe shouldn't be approved, I believe we should have come upon a moment where we might consider adopting a fair chance access to housing ordinance in East Lansing. For context, an estimated 80 million individuals in the United States and about 3 million in the state of Michigan have criminal records. There's currently no protections in federal or statewide law that provide any real regulations for these individuals against housing discrimination. The state of New Jersey and many other states have considered or adopted a Fair Chance at Housing Act. The New Jersey legislature found that housing instability does impact recidivism. 10% of prisoners released in the U.S. face homelessness upon release. And the state also found that recidivism and rates of criminal activity increased when ex-convicts were unable to find stable housing. That's a quote, a direct quote. A proposed bill in Michigan is nearly identical to this law passed in New Jersey and would prohibit landlords from asking about a tenant's criminal history on a housing application, with some carve-outs for homicide, some major sexual misconduct for the safety of tenants, and before making a conditional offer. As of this January, 6 other cities, Flint, Detroit, Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti, Jackson, I think I said 6 there, have all passed similar amendments in their code. I'm very doubtful that this bill will pass through the Michigan legislature, just given the makeup of the legislature. Therefore, I think it's really important that we address this issue at a local level. I think East Lansing must be among these 6 other cities. At this month's previous city council meeting, many members of our city brought forth solutions and ideas and highlighted the need for creativity, Councilmember Grigsby among them. This is a solution that has been proven to expand access to housing and increase public safety. Good solutions aren't flashy, they just work for our communities, and I believe this is one of them. If you do choose to, as I have said, criminalize homelessness in East Lansing, I would please ask that you at least allow or consider that these criminal unhoused individuals do still need access to housing in the future, and if they haven't met your high standards of conduct that you've laid out in these regulations, then they're not going to have that access to housing. In the long term, that is going to decrease the public safety in our city. We've heard people talk about how, they've seen break-ins from individuals who are unhoused in our city into their businesses or perhaps their homes. I don't think anyone wants that to happen, but if we are making it difficult for someone to even just put down bedding on a public area or a city-owned area, it's going to become a bigger issue. Public safety is going to become a bigger issue, and these individuals in the long term are going to have less access to housing. So anyway, thank you for your time and consideration on this issue. I do hope that our differences don't preclude us from still working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Eleanor Holbrook. Eleanor Holbrook.
Hello, Council. I'm Eleanor Holbrook. I live at 812 Lantern Hill Drive, a longtime resident of the city of East Lansing. So thank you very much. I'll be brief because you've got a lot on your agenda tonight. But what I would like to ask for is that you have a deer cull this year, 2026, and sign the contract with U.S. Fisheries and Wildlife once again. We have had a deer cull for the last few years, very well supported by facts and information from Parks, Recreation, and the Arts. Very well done. I had a deer trail camera instituted in my backyard, and it was able to count deer. So we had quite a bit of background, and it hasn't changed that much. So we want a call in our neighborhood. I understand you got about 15 letters from my neighborhood on this issue. So I am going to read a letter that you may not have had the time to look at from my neighborhood, from Hans Schwab. Hans is a real estate appraiser. I'm a real estate broker. I completely agree with what he has to say about health and safety. And he says, I have a partner who resides in the city of East Lansing and I do extensive appraisal work in the residential neighborhoods of East Lansing. I am running to support a continued deer call with emphasis on retaining a quality of life for residents and users of the city parks and recreation attractions. Our city relies on its reputation of an attractive, treed, and well-landscaped aesthetic. The deer are devastating these resources that impact value and marketability, along with higher health concerns with Lyme disease and other tick-borne illnesses. Our family dog has been diagnosed with Lyme disease, most likely due to the 14 or more deer that are often seen on my 100 by 200 foot lot in Lantern Hill. In 2014, there were an occasion to see 1 or 2 deer in the yard. Now it's up to 14. This will only keep increasing. As tick-borne illness continues to impact human health and pet health, it is necessary in higher population areas with limited deer predator impact to maintain a low population of deer and their densely growing herds. The reputation of having an uncontrolled deer population in an urban and suburban area will, if not already, eventually lead to consumer negativity in regard to housing location popularity, and this could impact housing values. Please work hard to mitigate the nuisance and the health danger impact. So I'm asking you, would you please reinstitute the deer call this year and work with Parks, Rec, and Arts to once again begin to look at what's happening in the neighborhoods and begin to do deer counts so we can tell exactly what's happening. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Dave Russell?
Good evening. My name is Dave Russell. I'm an attorney with Foster Swift. I represent Legacy Resource LLC, a group of property owners that hold rental licenses in the city. I'm here to address business agenda item 5.3, in particular the proposed changes to Chapter 7 of the ordinance. First, I'd like to thank the city staff for meeting with us and the city attorney for meeting with me and also corresponding with me back and forth. And I think there's been some changes and we're very close to a point where we're comfortable, but there are a few items that are proposed in the amendment that we think are problematic, and we have some respectful disagreements as to those. So I just wanted to address those real quickly. The first one being Section 7.591, which is the legal non-conforming status section. And there was only one amendment, or really one change to that, and that was the addition of the occupied and used language in there. It's my understanding it's the city's position that this language just simply clarifies that section based on the fact that those words are used other parts of that section. I, again, respectfully disagree. I believe what that does is that adds new requirements and things that shouldn't be required for these licensees with vested property rights, that they would really have a difficult time showing what was occupied and used if you go back to, say, 1991. So I would ask that the council reject those additions to those two. I don't think, the ordinance didn't have those words in there previously, and I don't think it was an issue. Moving on, the transfer of rental unit ownership. I appreciate that the city took our suggestion as it related to the problem with the licenses expiring on transferring. I think one additional change that should be made is that the form that's required to be submitted to the city should be submitted by the buyer as opposed to the seller. We foresee some issues with that. As to Section 7113, which is the additional trades inspections, in my correspondence back and forth with the city attorney, I've asked for some clarity as it relates to what violations trigger an all trades inspection. I think that's important, and I don't think it's the city's intent that these minimal violations are going to trigger these. And when the amendment, and we suggested some language that I think that's been rejected that would have included language where there's a health and safety risk, and that was rejected. I think that would be helpful to include that in there. Additionally, and if you look at 7113D and the amendment made to that, I think there's some consistency problems throughout the proposed amendment as to what exactly is being enforced. I think previously it was the property maintenance code. If you look at subsection D, it now says, for purposes of this subsection, violation shall mean any distinct violations of any applicable state or city code or ordinance. That part, applicable state or city code or ordinance, was previously the property maintenance code. It goes on to state multiple violations of a single provision of the property maintenance code during an inspection shall be treated as a single violation. So within that same subsection, it uses two different standards, the property maintenance code for multiple violations and a distinct violation under the applicable state or city code or ordinance. So we would ask for some clarity on that, and that is throughout the proposed amendment. As to section 7153, which is required lease clauses, there's several proposed requirements appear to go beyond what's in the current city addendum. In my correspondence with the city attorney, it's my understanding that there will be a new city addendum or a new addendum that will be proposed. I would think it would make sense to have that harmonious and change at the same time. And finally, as to the 7210 enforcement of corrective orders, we suggested some language which would be subsection C.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
That would just simply allow for the city at its discretion to allow for additional re-inspections as opposed to just issuing citations after the first re-inspection. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Cook.
Mayor, council members, my name is Nick Cook, and I serve as Director of Public Policy for the Michigan Coalition Against Homelessness. I have to be honest, I'm deeply disappointed to be standing here tonight having this conversation once again. It has come to our attention that the City of East Lansing still intends to move forward with ordinances 1565 and 1566, ordinances that, despite all the discussions we've had, still move the city in the wrong direction. These ordinances do not solve homelessness. They do not address root causes. They do not reflect the values that this community prides itself on. What they do is open the door to criminalizing people simply for existing in public space when they have nowhere else to go. And tonight, this council is also set to discuss the report on the unhoused population workshop held in November. I have read the report closely, and what stands out most is not what's in it, but what's missing. Nowhere does it articulate a real need or justification for these ordinances. Nowhere does it demonstrate that criminal penalties are right or the effective policy tool. What the report does include, ironically in great detail, are the recommendations presented collaboratively by the Michigan Coalition Against Homelessness, the ACLU of Michigan, and the National Homelessness Law Center. Recommendations we discussed at length with the city manager, the city attorney, and members of this council. Recommendations rooted in evidence, compassion, and actual solutions. And that is why tonight is so disheartening. Because East Lansing cannot pretend it does not know what the right course of action is. You do know. We have all sat in the same room. We have talked openly about what works and what does not. We have made clear that housing, not handcuffs, is the answer. We have shown that communities across Michigan and across the country are moving away from punitive measures because they waste resources, worsen instability, and make it harder, not easier, for people to exit homelessness. Yet, here we are, moving forward with these ordinances that take the city in the exact opposite direction. Let me say plainly what should not need repeating. Criminalizing the unhoused does not reduce homelessness. It prolongs it. It creates records that make it harder for people to access jobs, services, and housing. It pushes individuals further into crisis, and it signals to the entire community that rather than rising to meet a challenge, East Lansing is choosing to push it out of sight. But people are not problems to be pushed away. They are neighbors, they are community members, and they deserve policies rooted in dignity and humanity. I urge you, do not pass ordinances 1565 and 1566 as written. Honor the recommendations you asked for, honor the conversations we've had, honor the values this city claims to hold. East Lansing knows the right thing to do. tonight, and I'm asking you to choose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chantel Spears. Chantel Spears. Out in the audience.
Hello, I'm Chantel Spears. I'm with The Rent is Too Damn High. I'm one of the leaders of the Homeless Union in Lansing. I'm here to speak against the ordinance that are criminalizing homelessness, specifically the ordinance against camping in public spaces and loitering. I want to encourage you to vote against it because the thing that's underlying these ordinances is hate and prejudice, and it's the same hate and prejudice that we have against a lot of other social categories besides the homeless population. So, for example, women and black people and every other racial minority, sexual minorities, and gender minorities. So I just want to encourage you to be on the right side of history and vote against these ordinances because they're rooted in hate and prejudice, the same hate and prejudice that we see against black people, women, and every other social category. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nathan Hallman.
I'm also here to speak out against the ban on camping in public spaces. I live in downtown Lansing. This is my first East Lansing Council meeting, and I live right by where people sleep regularly. I see them walking my dog. I saw maybe 3 people sleeping in public spaces while walking my dog today, and I just want to remind people that when we criminalize things, they just move to different places. The problem doesn't go away. I know that East Lansing is considering this ordinance. I know that Jackson is considering a similar ordinance. And I saw in the news that the government people in Jackson were saying that they can't, a police officer doesn't know what to do, has no recourse if they can't charge somebody with a crime or something like that. And I just think that is kind of ridiculous that you would say that you can't do anything without charging someone with a crime, because that puts all the onus on whether to help people on the cops who are already overworked, who already have way too much to do. And now they have to decide, who am I going to help? Who am I going to charge with a crime? And maybe they're having a bad day, so they decide to charge someone with a crime that didn't really deserve it. And I just think that going down this road is dangerous. It doesn't solve the problem. Like I said, I live in Lansing. If you criminalize this in East Lansing, they just come right over to Lansing. And I've noticed personally this problem has gotten worse the last couple of years. I mean, I've lived in downtown Lansing for 5 years. Every year that I've lived there, I've seen more and more homeless folks, more and more people just walking around on the street in the middle of the night with nothing but a shopping cart. And that's what they do all night. That's all they can do. And I mean, I assume, I don't know where they're going. So this problem doesn't go away. And I see it every day. And making it go away, pretending it goes away, doesn't make it go away. It just makes it so you don't have to see it. And that doesn't help anything. And it's callous and cruel. And that's my time for today.
Thank you. Sean Brock.
Hello, I am Sean Brock. I am also one of the leaders of the Rent is Too Damn High Homeless Union. And obviously I want to speak to you and urge you not to pass these 2 ordinances. Putting homeless people in this situation where it becomes criminal helps nobody. You don't want to see these homeless people. What you need to do is you need to look at them, acknowledge that there is a problem, and try to come up with solutions to do something about it. Part of these ordinances, one of them kind of affects me in a way. If somebody sits down because they are disabled, does that mean that a police officer has the right to say that they're camping? Because they sit down to rest, because they can't walk any further and they need to rest for a little bit? We need to do better. The homeless population is growing and continues to grow and will continue to grow in the current situation. Rents are going up. Jobs are not keeping up with rent. We need to do better as a country, as a state, as a region. This is, as far as I'm concerned, complete bull. This is not doing anything except making a scapegoat out of somebody that has had whatever their situation is that has made it to where they cannot afford to be in a home. That is not right. I realize that with the financial constriction of almost every municipality is an issue. I realize that. So we have to be creative. This is not something that is going to go away just because you pass these ordinances. The situation is going to continue, and it's going to continue to get worse. Once again, I urge you to vote no on these two ordinances. They're cruel and do nothing to help the public. If somebody is out there and they break the law, they're homeless and they break the law, there's already statutes there. But to make it illegal to survive is not the answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ian from Stonegate Lane, whose last name I can't read, I'm afraid.
Hi, I'd also like to speak on the matter of the homeless criminalization bill, as it were. The social science is settled that criminalizing homelessness, criminalizing vagrancy does not work to remediate these dilemmas. We have known this for a very long time collectively. It ends up costing more in the long run to choose the cruelest option, which would be criminalizing such encampments. And I wish I frankly had more prepared remarks. I only have unprepared ones today. But we as a city can do better than choosing the cruelest option because it sounds like the easiest one and because it shoves a very prominent and growing issue under the rug. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you state your last name, please?
WHIP, W-H-I-P-P.
Karen Honey. Kath Edsel.
Good evening. 2 weeks ago, a young man stood at this podium and spoke of his experience existing in an encampment that was raided, and his possessions, including his father's ashes, were thrown in the trash. The cruelty of that image crushed my soul. The Hippocratic oath doctors take before beginning the practice of medicine says in part, above all else, do no harm. This principle emphasizes that in all we do, not just doctors, compassionate and responsible actions must be upheld, ensuring that one's actions do not negatively affect others. This should be a truth for all of us who consider ourselves compassionate. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "A great nation is a compassionate nation. No individual or nation can be great if it does not have concern for the least of these." As a Baptist preacher, he is referring to the book of Matthew, where the least of these are the hungry and thirsty, the unclothed, the stranger, the sick, and the imprisoned. But it would not be a stretch to believe that he, Martin, and Jesus also meant the unhoused. This council has a decision tonight to be compassionate in their concerns for the unhoused or to cause greater harm to those already suffering. The attempts to soften the blow by mentioning the successful learning program or an alternative giving model are performative attempts to pretend there is actual concern for the unhoused. Real compassion would direct you to vote no and implement these and other programs that will support and not harm the least of these. Passing either ordinance tonight shows an absolute lack of compassion, no matter how you decide to assuage your guilt. Being arrested, ticketed, and harassed by the police are not acts of compassion. They cause great harm. This is true if you are a young black person hanging out with your friends outside of CVS and you are harassed or arrested by the police because some community member reported feeling unsafe. This is true if you're a young black man waiting in line for Dave's Hot Chicken and you're pepper sprayed because the police chief believes minorities come into our communities and commit crimes. And it's true if you're an unhoused person existing in public spaces and you're ticketed and or jailed because you have nowhere to go. It doesn't matter how many alternative giving models the city creates or social workers you hire. If the solution involves policing simply for existing and or being black in public, it is not compassionate, it is cruel. As I looked through the agenda packet, I was again deeply disappointed that this whole plan started by a police chief whose mentality is so blue there is no room for compassion, who cannot or will not provide data to back her claims that there is an increase in crime, who then went to city employees, a majority of whom who don't live in the city, a city manager who does not even live in the mid-Michigan area, and a law firm from over an hour away with her solution to problems she can't even prove exist. She went to a DDA meeting where they did not support her, but that isn't mentioned in the packet. Instead, there's a letter from the Downtown Management Board who did. Nowhere do I see local housing advocates, unhoused individuals, mental health professionals, behavioral health professionals, social scientists, nor activists. This is how white supremacists manifests when the basis of all decisions come from the white, cis, heterosexual rich men and occasionally women, and it is forced upon the least of these, without their input, to keep them, us, from full participation in society via the prison industrial complex and the governmental police state. Nothing about us without us. It's a simple concept. Voting in favor of either of these ordinances shows a lack of compassion and makes you complicit in the white supremacy from where these ordinances originated way back when black codes were originated following abolition and the freedom of the enslaved people. Thank you.
Thank you. Nadia Sellers.
And Karen's back in the room.
Stop. 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 That's what Jen said. Officer Lyon called out prior to releasing the pepper spray on my son, directly in his eyes to harm him. But what Jen didn't say is why he ran in yelling stop. They weren't doing anything. They weren't fighting. Remember, they were arrested for fighting Jen, but the charges were dropped because it was a lie. So yes, Jim Brown, I'm talking to you. You are no Donald Trump. If you think you can shoot someone in the middle of the street and get away with it, you're wrong. You can't even arrest someone unlawfully and get away with it. At least not on my watch. Jen, you and your boss, Robert, are what we call MAGA liars. The NAACP requested data to back up your claim about minorities coming to East Lansing to commit crimes. Will one of you tell me what the crimes are? Or what the crimes were? Because she never told us what crimes they come to East Lansing to commit. And when you get that data, don't charge the NAACP for it. Give the public the damn data. What crimes, Jen? Who committed them? When did they commit them? Was it murder? Was it theft? Did they steal a car? You go out in the public and make a general statement, a statement you can't back up. Why? Because you lied. Stop. Stop. Stop the damn lies. Chuck, stop the lies. Sing, stop the lies. Whelan, stand up and stop the lies. Eric, whatever. Meadows, stop the lies. Dr. King reminded us injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And today, that injustice is still standing right here in East Lansing. Still breathing, still harming black and brown lives. We cannot speak of equality while some communities are over-policed and under-protected. You're paid to protect us, but you sit here and protect each other. You won't be transparent. Why? Because you're lying. We cannot praise law and order while order enforced without justice. And we cannot claim freedom while fear walks beside our children every time they leave home and come to East Lansing. Dr. King taught us that peace is not the absence of tension. It is the presence of justice. The presence of justice. The very presence you people are denying. The presence of justice. I hope you hear me, because I'm tired of standing up here talking to you, and I'm damn sure tired of looking at you. But Jen Brown, your face will stay on that billboard and go up on more until you guys tell the truth. Chuck, grow a pair, fix this problem. You guys owe this community transparency and truth. But what you're giving us is lies. Lies. How do you yell stop and have your chief say that was his reasoning behind releasing pepper spray when there was nothing to stop for? Those kids weren't fighting. They weren't arguing. You got a rogue officer who went rogue. You got an officer who didn't follow your compliance. You have an officer who believes that the more people he arrests, the better off he is. You guys are targeting people that you think can't defend themselves until you run across a mother like me who will defend her son, Jen. You council members are adults. Teach the children who are watching that you cannot sit here and continue to tell lies. Stop hiding behind your little desk and sitting there looking like you're paying attention while you criminalize the homeless, target black and brown people, and claim you're human, when what you're doing is some bullshit that's inhumane.
Thank you. Shaylee Sellers. There's another Ms. Sellers.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I just want to be very clear about my speech and what I have to say. So I'm here because I want honesty, dignity, and respect from those sworn in to protect us and support us. The pepper spray incident involving my brother at the hands of East Lansing police is not only the incident that raises serious questions of mine about conduct and accountability, but it also raises the question of transparency in the city of East Lansing. And to be clear, I am not anti-police, I am not anti-system, but I am pro-truth and I am pro-justice. And above all, I am pro-community. Pepper spray is a weaponized chemical used against criminals, terrorists, and those who are here to cause harm among us, the community. It should never be deployed improperly. It should never be in the hands of those who we cannot trust, and it should never be used as a reason to get an ego boost. Trust among us is built by honesty, but easily broken by secrecy. Why are you withholding facts? Why do you refuse to acknowledge? Can you look at me when I'm speaking, please, sir? Thank you, sir, respectfully. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know your name, but I'll figure it out. Okay, thank you. Why do you refuse to acknowledge? Hello, thank you. Why do you refuse to acknowledge your wrongdoing? Thank you. And why is the trust gone? No amount of promises can ever replace it. I'm not asking for perfection. I'm asking for integrity, honesty, transparency, and I'm also asking for your attention, you included. Thank you. Also, the police chief in the department has not been honest about many unlawful incidents that have happened in East Lansing. I'm 35. I've been in the city of East Lansing since I was, 15 years old, right? I have many friends, many incidents, many situations, many probabilities that could have been a different outcome, but for some reason, we're still here with the same problem today. And I know you guys have been here longer than me, so you should understand it's tiresome, okay? So, you all protect each other, but I think we should all protect one another, regardless of race, creed, or residential status. That being said, homelessness is not a crime. It's a crisis. No one should be punished for lacking a place to live. The solution is compassion and support, not handcuffs and exclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Nazita Lajavardi.
Good evening. My name is Nazita Lajavardi. I am an East Lansing resident, and I'm also a scholar of American politics. Others who have spoken before me 2 weeks ago and even today have explained to you why this ordinance 1566 is likely to violate Michigan's constitutional protections against cruel or unusual punishment. Others have warned you about the legal risks of litigation that might ensue. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk to you about the social science scholarship. I'm going to give you a social science reason to vote no. The empirical research on policies like this is clear. Criminalizing homelessness does not reduce homelessness, it perpetuates it. A peer-reviewed study by Chris Herring et al. Found that anti-homelessness policies, ordinances, and citations, they, quote, create debt, issue arrest warrants, and produce barriers to housing, jobs, and services. And ultimately, they perpetuate homelessness and deepen inequality. More recently, data from the Prison Policy Initiative reinforces this point. Their analysis shows that while unhoused people make up only 4% of those who are in jail, they are far more likely to be booked repeatedly within a 1-year period. Among this population of unhoused people in jail, 42% of them experience 2 or more jail bookings within a single year. And in contrast, among housed people in jail, that probability is reduced to about 20%. This is exactly what social scientists call a cycle of criminalization. It is not that unhoused people commit more serious crimes. It is that they are policed more frequently, cited more often, and trapped in systems that punish them for their poverty. Ordinance 1566 creates exactly this kind of pipeline. A first violation will lead to a fine, and a second one within a year becomes a misdemeanor. And that means criminal records, that means jails, and it means that housing becomes harder to obtain, not easier. This weekend, I was taking a walk with my husband, and we saw an unhoused person walking down the sidewalk, carrying everything they owned, leaving East Lansing and walking toward Lansing. And it crushed my heart. It made me actually have this cruel visual of how vulnerable people are going to literally be pushed out of our city and deeper into instability. And finally, I'm going to close with this. It's more personal. I began fasting today for the holy month of Ramadan. Ramadan is a time when Muslims are asked to reflect on the suffering of the poor and the vulnerable. And we're not meant to just think about it, we're meant to physically experience it every single day. We physically abstain from water and from food, we are restless, we don't sleep very much, and we deplete our reserves. By the end of 30 days, we are crushed, and that is minuscule compared to what unhoused people who don't actually have a reprieve at sunset are able to experience. The reason I raise this is because it's quite ironic to me that 2 weeks ago, you passed an ordinance unanimously recognizing the holy month of Ramadan. But you cannot have it both ways. You cannot with one breath say that you value Ramadan and turn around and harm the very people that this month asks us to have compassion for and to understand. And I just want to note to you as a city council that having compassion for the poor and the hungry is not something to be ashamed of. It's something that our community is asking us to celebrate and to come together as a community and help solve. And finally, the last thing I'll say is that, in my opinion, as a scholar of American politics, any society that criminalizes its poor has a severe problem calling itself a healthy democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Prisbalinski.
It's hard to follow that one up. My name is Stephen Shibelinski, also an East Lansing resident. I am a scholar at MSU. I've been working with unhoused populations for 13, 14 years, mostly in larger cities like Portland, Oregon, and San Francisco. I've spent time with people in encampments there. I've gone to city council meetings there in self-proclaimed progressive cities. And I want to reiterate what people have already said here in terms of the uselessness of these criminalization policies. There's absolutely no social science literature. You will find it in Cicero Institute propaganda, but no social science literature will find any effect of a ban on camping or loitering that will reduce homelessness. All it seeks to do is enhance the homelessness incarceration nexus that's already been brought up by my colleagues here tonight. Nick from the Homeless Coalition, Michigan Coalition Against Homelessness. Do we really want to, as a city, as a community, punish people without housing to continue their cycle of incarceration, back on the street, into incarceration? That is the natural consequence of these types of ordinances. It's simple. I would encourage you to just drop this ordinance. We don't need to ticket people. We don't need to incarcerate unhoused people. There are resources certainly we could find to reach out and support people in need who lack housing. I do want to ask a question about accountability here. I noticed on the agenda there's an attachment from someone from the downtown business group. And I couldn't help but notice this one-page attachment was incredibly ambiguous. There are claims of increased claims of issues, terms like issues, and people being upset, and sort of correlating the idea that it's unhoused people who are ruining downtown and businesses. I don't see businesses in downtown East Lansing not thriving because of unhoused people. I also don't then see the need to incorporate this kind of these sorts of letters into the agenda as well. There's tons of testimony that you heard two weeks ago. You're going to hear a lot more of it tonight. This stands up to these sorts of ambiguous letters with clarity. We know from the social science scholarship, from lived experience from my unhoused community members, these ordinances, 1565 and 66, will do absolutely nothing to benefit unhoused people. They will seek to punish them and serve to punish them. We can do better. I appreciate you listening. I'd be happy to send all of the scholarship that shows you this is a terrible idea. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Mike Gorashek. Mr. Gorashek.
Hi, my name is Mike Gorshak. I'm board president for Punks with Lunch Lansing. And we compel the council to vote against this measure. At our last meeting, Farhan played recent audio of an unhoused person in Lansing begging for shelter from the cold and being violently assaulted and arrested. If this legislation is passed, I see this scenario occurring routinely here in East Lansing. Currently, if an unhoused person complies, they are displaced with the loss of possessions. Now we'll be forcing our police into situations just like the one that occurred at the CATA station in Lansing, where the folks will be violently, these folks don't have anything. A lot of them have disabilities. You're going to be putting your police in a position where they're going to have to seize that person. And those kind of scenarios, that kind of visual, that kind of just horribleness, that's going to happen here. It might happen downtown. Do you want that visual? Do you want the kind of visuals we see in Minneapolis? Here in East Lansing, I really don't think we do. I mean, I just want to make sure that you understand the fundamental difference between that person being able to just move along and to actually be put in jail. You're going to get an entirely different reaction. and violence is almost certain to occur. So please reconsider, listen to folks, listen to subject matter experts. Do this the right way. Address your unhoused situation with compassion and a hand up and not a fist. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Tim Brzezowski.
Tim Brzezowski, I live at 613 Grove, and there's a long agenda here, so I have comments on a couple of the agenda items, probably not with the same passion that we've heard on some of the other ones, but let's see, 1567, the height one, I support, so I'll move on. The next one is the rental housing ordinance. I serve on the Building Board of Appeals. I've been on it for probably off and on for 40 years, was chair for a number of years. I was surprised that BBA was not really actually involved in looking at rewriting any aspect of the housing ordinance, because we're the ones who the appeals come to. And these are kind of minor cleanup items, but one of the things that I raised in Building Board of Appeals was section 6.32, and when we were working on our bylaws. And the language here, if for example, it says that if an appeal is not heard within 30 days, then it's an automatic denial. So just think of this as a big snowstorm. People can't come in. We don't have a quorum. So we can't meet. We can't meet the 30-day requirement. Then it's denied. And that doesn't seem fair. So I think that section 6.32 should be maybe cleaned up or reconsidered there, whether why that would be an automatic denial if for some reason the board can't meet. Next one is adoption by reference. The International Property Maintenance Code 2006 edition. This is pretty out of date. In the state of Michigan, for the building code, we've adopted the IBC, the International Building Code 2021. We're about to adopt the 2024. We have the IECC, the International Energy Conservation Code 2021. Currently, our residential code, the residential building code, is the 2015, based on the IRC, the International Residential Code. The state of Michigan. In Michigan, we have a single state code, which means that all jurisdictions have to enforce the same code. The state of Michigan adopted the 2021 IRC, but it's currently in litigation, so we're still enforcing the 2015. So I actually went to the ICC Safe site, which is where you can purchase the property maintenance code. It's not publishable. It's not published anymore. The code that we're putting here in the brand new ordinance. So I think we need to update to, I would suggest the 2021 property maintenance code, or at least something more current than the 2006. Next item here is I don't understand in the definition section that references a number of the I codes, and it says, or their successors. So typically, at least in the building code and in the residential code, we enforce the code, any reference standards that were in effect at the time that the ordinance was passed. So I don't know what these this seems to be like a universal law that says whatever gets adopted. And would people be notified, for example, so if there's a new code? Anyway, so I just thought that was odd language, and I don't think it's a major point here. I wanted to comment on 1565 and 1556 really quickly. I think I was surprised. I read the packet, and the one thing I was surprised, well, first of all, it appears like a police officer should encounter, advise, work with, try to get some alternative housing. But I was kind of surprised that all the housing wasn't in East Lansing, and I think other than Haven House, but Haven House is really restricted to families, so I'm not sure what a single person does. It seems like this ordinance is really just targeted towards taking somebody from East Lansing where we don't really provide a solution, and then just transporting them to Lansing to try to find some housing. So I think that if these ordinances are passed, I think in their current form they shouldn't pass, but I think if something like this is passed, then I think we really need to address, don't we need to have some facility or some shelter within East Lansing boundaries? And then I wanted to move on to let's see, I guess it's 1559. I think that the goals here are good, but I don't think it does enough for the developers. You know, we have two big projects that are proposed right now. I don't think either one of them is going to be helped very much by the ordinance here. I think the geographic boundaries need to be expanded. I would go from Harrison to
You have 30 seconds
to
remaining.
Hagedorn, probably Saginaw to Grand River. I would expand that. I would drop the 1/2 credit that you get. So if you build a unit outside of the B3 district, I think you should get a 1-for-1 credit. And I thought that the pricing, the $170,000, if you think about that, I looked at the list of properties, the 184 properties that were constructed, not a single one would be affordable, because the least expensive one was $105,000. I think we're asking
Thank you for
people
your
in this
comments.
zone to solve a bigger problem.
Thank you for your comments. Marcus Garcia.
Hello, Council. So I spoke here 2 weeks ago, along with many others here, with hope that you would rethink criminalizing homelessness. And I extended my faith in you to have that humanity to reassess. That has not happened. Ordinance 1565 and 1566 intend to criminalize people falling on hard times. Has this city really become so unforgiving that people cannot struggle here anymore? These are people like you and me, human beings. They are our neighbors. They are you and they are me. There is no difference between if someone has a house or if someone does not. They are human and they deserve to be treated like one. But if you want to keep othering people in our community, then just look at someone that relates to someone more like me. I am an MSU student. And research that Dr. Shiblinski has done has found that about 8.5% of MSU students have faced homelessness in the past year. And about 37% have faced at least one form of housing insecurity. These are my peers. They're in my classroom, and I speak with them every day. Rent has been rising in East Lansing and has been up 3% since last year. An average of $1,700 per month. And I don't know if you have fallen on hard times before or have had financial insecurity, but $1,700 while you are a full-time student is a lot. And it is very hard to manage while you are trying to study. What am I to do if I lost my job? If I fell behind on rent and I got evicted and I ended up on the streets? And I'm homeless and I'm looking for you to help me. And what you want to do is put me behind bars and ruin my life, ruin my education, and ruin my life chances. What will it look like when one of my peers tries to better their life by getting an education and sleep in their car, and that all gets ruined because now they have a criminal record because they're trying to exist? How will it look on you when you support openly ordinances that a racist police chief, Jen Brown, has opened? It's all to stop the influx of black and brown people coming in to commit crimes in our streets, right? As others before have said to me, this is how white supremacy persists. Do you want to turn East Lansing back into a sundown town? Because this is how you streamline it. And if that's the case, I want to ask you, is East Lansing great yet? Is this what it takes to improve the city? And if so, is that what we want? To push away other people and
hope that something happens without making the proper moves to help them? Is that really solving anything? Creating options for the unhoused is how you solve homelessness, not by pushing them away and disregarding them as less than human. Even though you've kept these ordinances on your docket, I still, maybe foolishly, believe in you to do the right thing and understand that this is wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Hewitt.
Hello, everybody. During the last HRC meeting, Chuck Grisby showed up, and I think he kind of felt taken aback because it felt as if the discussion we had came across as, I guess, reactive to some of the stuff that's taking place here in East Lansing. And I just want to go back a little bit, because if you look at some of these issues taking place right now, whether it's issues facing non-white people or like homeless people, a lot of this stuff goes back to Jen Brown. And a lot of these employees sitting here, you guys are sitting next to her, and I need you guys to realize you're sitting next to a racist. So if you guys want to sit here and think
Mr. Hewitt,
she's
please direct your comments to the council.
Okay, my bad. Yeah, so if they want to sit here and think that she's an ally, just they need to understand who they're dealing with. She's not good for the city. She's not good for anybody at all. I want to go back maybe 2.5 years ago. I started attending Police Oversight Commission meetings, and Jen Brown used to come to a lot of those meetings. So I would just sit there and listen to just some of the back and forth between her and the Ellie Park members, and some of the responses that she would give to some questions and some of the issues that the city was facing. And I just listened a lot. And a lot of the stuff that she was saying just came across as a person that doesn't care about humanity whatsoever. So when there was the posting for the police chief, they actually had like a meet and greet with some of the candidates for police chief from out of town that came. And I actually went to that meeting, and I listened to a lot of them, and I asked all of them except for Jen Brown 3 different questions about how they would handle certain issues that the city is dealing with. And at the end of the meeting, I pulled Robert Bellman to the side privately, and I said, hey, Robert, I've been going to these Police Oversight Commission meetings and listening to Jen Brown, and what I've heard is just not good. And I asked him, I said, hey, I have 3 young black African-American sons, and I said, going forward for them, I don't think it would be good if you select Jen Brown as a police chief. Robert Bellman's here, he can attest to the discussion that we had. And I asked him, I said, please choose any of the other candidates except for Jen Brown. She is absolutely the worst. He went ahead and he made the decision to choose Jen Brown. So when we come here and we speak, and it seems as if we're being frustrated, and it seems as if we're being reactive, it's not that we're being reactive, we're actually frustrated. So this goes all the way back to the decisions that Bellman made and the decision that he made to actually choose Jen Brown. I just want to play a video clip of the situation that took place downtown during Welcome Weekend again, and I just wanted to address something with Robert Bellman as well. So that's Officer Kingsbury responding to one of the young men downtown. I wanted to ask Robert Bellman, if I was an employee here at Hannah Community Center and I worked at the front desk, and one of the patrons came in and I spoke to them in that manner, or even if I was a camp counselor and one of the kids did something and I spoke to them in that manner, and we had a meeting about it, and I told you, hey, I never spoke to them in that way, and then you saw a video that contradicted exactly what I said, you would ultimately, of course, think, for one, I'm a liar, and secondly, I'd probably be fired. So I don't think you would give me the same grace, or any employee here at Hannah, the same grace that you gave Jen Brown. So why is it that the police is held to a different standard when the same thing that they're doing is interacting with the community members or people from outside the community? I don't think she should be treated or given more grace than anybody else should be given grace that, as I said, if somebody worked at Hannah. So again, just look back and just ask yourself, like, just treat people with respect and just try to treat people equally. Jen Brown should not be the police chief. She's racist. You even said it yourself, Robert Bellman, she's racist. I know Eric Allman aligns with Jen Brown. That's not a good look at all. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Thank you. Khadijah Erickson.
Hello, my name is Khadijah Erickson. I am the Executive Director of the Mid-Michigan Tenant Resource Center, and I am the Housing Chair for the Lansing Branch NAACP. Both the Mid-Michigan Tenant Resource Center and the Lansing Branch oppose Ordinance 1565 or Ordinance 1566 in their current form. You've been told time and time and again by people with much more power than I that these ordinances are unconstitutional. You will be sued over them. It will cost taxpayer dollars more money just based on the lawsuits you will incur by trying to enforce these ordinances upon passage. And beyond that, you will incur additional costs from having neighbors calling police because now they're viewing their neighbors as suspicious. So I would like to use the rest of my time to actually talk about that, how the passage of these ordinances will fray the fabric of your community, what it will cause neighbors to do when they see someone in their neighborhood who looks slightly out of place, maybe a little disheveled, or maybe they've just been sitting around in the area a little too long. And so now a nosy busybody with too much time on their hand decides to call 911. And now the police have to respond. They have to respond to the call that's made, and now with this ordinance on the book, they have to do something. We hope that it is to just refer them to the resources that do not exist inside of East Lansing except for Haven House, so I hope that person they get called on is a family, so that they do have somewhere to go inside of their community. And I hope that if it is a family, Haven House does have the room to take them in. But as it stands, it's most likely going to be a single adult who does not have anywhere for emergency shelter in East Lansing. They're not here. When you look at your attachment in the packet about what resources in East Lansing exist, it's funny, when you look at the address, every single one of them, except for Haven House, are actually in Lansing. I don't know if you know this, but Lansing is not East Lansing. So you technically didn't provide any resources that are in East Lansing. You provided resources that exist in Lansing, right? So you couldn't even be honest about what your officers would be referring people to within the city of East Lansing, right? Aside from that, I just want to return again to the fact that what ordinances like this do is encourage neighbors to look upon each other suspiciously, right? You are now looking around your neighborhood to wonder, is this person even supposed to be here? Because I noticed they were sitting a little too long, and I saw the bus come once already and they didn't get on it, so what's happening? They got to get out of here. And that's how the thought process starts. We're already dealing with high levels of suspicion amongst each other, right? How in the heck do we even get to a point like this if we have low trust amongst our neighbors? And this isn't an issue that'll be new because this ordinance came in. Our neighbors are already suspicious of each other. The neighbors are already calling the cops on unhoused people that exist near them, daring to exist in the public space, which is the only place, at least for now, that they are able to be, supposedly free of harassment. But that's no longer the case. We're codifying the ability to just weaponize the police to harass people existing in your neighborhood that you don't want there, right? And there's a lot been said about how the police could choose to interact with someone that they may visually perceive to be unhoused, and that is certainly a risk. But I would like to reveal to all of you that most of the time, the police are finding out about an encampment because your neighbor called the cops on them, right? Your state workers are calling the cops and reporting encampments. City workers are calling and reporting encampments, right? And so when we make it easier for people to engage in that kind of pipelining, it leads to neighborhood destabilization, and we're already seeing that right now. I don't know how many of you who live in East Lansing or Lansing, how stable are your neighborhoods? How high is their turnover, right? How many people have been on the block for the last 2 to 3 years? How many people are moving out within a year? How many of you can name 5 of your neighbors right now and give me one fun fact about them? That is the fraying of community that I'm talking about. And it will continue and deepen with this, right? As house people look upon their streets to find out who needs to be removed because they don't recognize them and they've been here too long. And now I need to find something to do, so I'm going to call the cops and get them out of here.
Thank you for your comments. Carrie Freeman.
Thank you. My name is Carrie Freeman. I'm an attorney with the local firm Grua Freeman Tupper & Young. As many of you know, I've been working with the Ballline family on the Howard project since early last year. I'm here to talk about agenda item 5.1, and we're asking you to not approve the ordinance even remotely as it's currently written. We came to you last year with a request that the council reconsider certain language of the ordinance 1384 related to the multifamily dwellings. The current ordinance has been in effect since 2016. I know some of you are newer to this issue, and the purpose was to help the city develop more affordable housing for 55 and older, and promote diversity. Over the last 10 years, there's been only one project that was produced under this ordinance, and it was done by Harbor Bay, the developer that we are currently working with. And time has basically tested this ordinance for the last 10 years, and it's not working. It repels developers from coming into our community and investing. It is a roadblock in the direction of our community, in the direction that we want to grow. So 1384, as it is too restrictive, and as proposed as 1559 is still way too restrictive. Last year, we provided a simple researched amendment to Ordinance 1384 that included a fee in lieu program. We are one of the only communities in the Big Ten that doesn't have such an option at this time. A fee in lieu program allows a developer to pay the city a sum of money if they are unable to meet requirements of the ordinance. My clients, the owners of the student bookstore, want to redevelop their property because their business has become obsolete. The options for them were to relet the space as is or redevelop. Reletting the space as is would not increase the city's tax base, would not bring in the dynamic businesses our community wants, would not provide more housing that is so obviously needed in our downtown, and it would be sad to end the legacy of the student bookstore in that way. So the Howard development, on the other hand, is a dynamic and innovative project that would increase our tax base and revenue by millions. At its basic iteration, this project would bring millions to our community up front and over the next many years, increase density in our downtown core, provide much needed market rate housing, bring vibrant businesses to the community, increase walkability, and bring patrons to our already existing businesses, provide more money to our schools, and be an amazing homage to a space and the founders of one of our most iconic destinations in town, the student bookstore. At its best, this project could also do all of what I mentioned and be an environmentally innovative mass timber project. A feather in the city's cap is a forward-thinking, environmentally concerned community with an architectural landmark. Unfortunately, now the proposed ordinance 1559 will not allow the Howard to proceed in any iteration. Ordinance 1559, as you guys have it in front of you, is a far cry from our original request and amendments to 1384. As I said, the whole purpose of amending 1384 was to entice developers to come into our community, and this does the exact opposite and will continue to repel them. Approving these changes would be disastrous. Mark Bell, the developer of Harbor Bay Ventures, has worked all over the country. He has gathered opinions of some of the best minds in the areas of urban development and planning. If you haven't seen it, we presented to the Planning Commission and we had several experts who discussed these issues, and I would advise you please to watch that if you can. He also provided a letter dated February 14th, which should have been provided to you, and that letter discusses the impact of the proposed ordinance on our project and on future developments. You may remember that we were suggesting the fee in lieu provide at least $2 million to the city, and the 1559 calculation is suggesting 12 million, which is impossible. Just so you are aware, it's impossible for a developer to meet that standard, and it makes it so the project for the Howard would not work. It appears from the review of the staff report that the City of East Lansing has engaged the Maynard Costerison to come up with a formula that's now proposed in Ordinance 1559. In Maynard's report, they used Ann Arbor as a base case study. The problem with this is that the information they are basing the report on fails to acknowledge that Ann Arbor's initial affordable housing policy failed because it was too restrictive. They actually admitted that. They reversed it and adopted a less restrictive approach. The change in Ordinance 1559 is going to produce the same result there and the same results we've been having, which is no development. We don't have
30
time.
seconds remaining.
We don't have time to replay a bad idea that has already happened in another city. We need to actually amend Ordinance 1384 in a way that incentivizes developers and benefits our community. We have put that information in front of you. I know I did in an ordinance right out of the gate in the fee and lieu ordinance information that I had provided you. Mr. Bell in the February 14th letter has also provided even another alternative that would work very well and help create growth in our
Thank
city,
you for
which
your
we
comments.
so
Your
sorely
time has
need. Thank you.
expired. Carver.
Hello again. I was here a couple weeks ago, said my name was Carver, and I'm a flamboyantly bisexual homeless alcoholic. That hasn't changed, although I am in a house at the moment. Poverty is a lack of opportunity, a door violently slammed in the face. It's when society throws people away. As government officials, you have a constitutional mandate to treat those you serve with dignity, and if you don't interact with people outside of your status, you live in a bubble where you have to make assumptions and reject people you know nothing about. I am going to list things that can come from housing insecurity, homelessness, and displacement, all that have either happened to me personally or friends that I have. It's not going to be the same list as last time of what I've lost in sweeps and what my friends have. People are forced to choose between homelessness or staying with an abuser. Women get trapped between environments in which they experience sexual abuse with no real options that guarantee they won't still be abused. People get forced to choose, I hope you heard those quotations, sex work in order to buy meals and supplies. Whether or not to seek medical attention in emergency situations with no insurance and no ability to handle medical debt. This includes cuts, broken bones, frostbite, cancer, and more. Having to be separated from carefully procured medical teams to manage and treat specific disabilities. Some communities have more experience with specific health concerns than others. Losing your routines and becoming dysregulated. It's already bad, but it becomes much worse if you're neurodivergent. Working multiple physically and mentally exhausting jobs that do not cover bills only to stay homeless. About half of homeless people do have jobs. Having to commit crimes in order to not die and just hoping police aren't called. Petty things like shoplifting, for instance. Just to feed ourselves. Having to move miles or hours away from anything we know. Losing contact with friends and family, including having children taken from you. Not being able to be with loved ones if they are sick or dying. Not being able to attend events, such as those loved ones' funerals, because you haven't had to be a shower or the ability to do laundry in a while. Resource providers are already overburdened without the added stress of locating people as they get moved around repeatedly. Struggling to get case managers and social workers to understand their situations and connect with resources that will get them back on track. Government bodies telling people what they need, assigning what forward momentum means for them without any knowledge or concern about their specific situations. Being pushed into communities that continue to oppress you without any support systems to regain your footing. Camping bans and encampment sweeps displace people. Displacement takes people away from their families, support systems, and health care. Homeless people are constantly displaced. Most homeless people are disabled. Being poor is a full-time job. Poor people have to keep calling agencies, attending appointments, showing up at food banks, walking or riding the bus long distances. Takes a lot of time, costs a lot of money, wears down the body not to have proper appliances, clothing, bedding, footwear, food, shelter. And if we leave our campsites, we risk our possessions being stolen or swept and thrown away. By meeting the housing crisis we face nationally with police and criminalization instead of shelter, you are choosing to take people from friends, family, and doctors with the threat of jail time for not abandoning themselves. These camping and loitering bans serve nobody. Please reject any policy that does not provide a direct path to housing and stability for unhoused people with your community in East Lansing. And for Jen, Eric, and those of you without a conscience or a soul, the math again, it's about $50,000 almost to put someone in jail in this state. But housing only costs about $11,000 a year in your city. If you don't think that you have the budget for housing, then you certainly do not have the budget to pay 5 times that to put us in jail.
Thank you. Nancy Marr.
Nancy Meyer, Prime Housing Group, 1390 East Grand River Avenue. David Russell spoke earlier, this is in regards to item number 5.2 with the, no, I'm sorry, 5.3 with the code, rental housing code. And we appreciate the city attorney and the city staff spending the time working on this issue, and we've worked out a lot of issues, but there are still certain key issues that we think are really important to make sure are addressed before this is passed. And I know that a lot of time has been spent on working through these details, and so we ask that if you can't address these concerns tonight, that you do pause again, because it's really important to get this right and make sure that it is fair and it is accurate of the situation that's happening with the rental housing inspections. I'd like to speak specifically, I believe it's 7-113. It used to reference International Property Maintenance Code, and now it's taking on this broad of any state, local code, and so our buildings are inspected every 13 months, right? So, I mean, I think if you, in general, the properties within the city of East Lansing are very safe and well-maintained. The gentleman that spoke from the Building Board of Appeals made a really good point that it's important for us to know exactly which code we're being held to. And it was interesting when he said, I made a note here, when he said, how are people notified when there's a change in the code? We're written up for a violation. And it's fine, you know, it's not fine. It's one of those things where when something comes through, okay, there's also history. The fire department hasn't been coming through on housing inspections. I've been doing this for almost 30 years. The fire department started coming through on housing inspections in 2020. I remember because we were all wearing masks. And at that time, they wanted us to, our properties were all built in the mid-60s, and they wanted us to put in emergency lighting. And we said, we're grandfathered in. I mean, they just weren't set up for it and so forth. And they insisted, and they were kind, and they said, look, you know, we know that there's supply issues, we're in the middle of a pandemic, there's supply issues, there's all kinds of labor issues, we're gonna work with you. We did end up working with all the departments in the city in regards to the building inspector, the fire inspector. Everybody sat down and figured out, okay, how do you actually want us to do this? How do you want us to retrofit this? And how do you want this to look? And therefore, we put the emergency lights in. But this has only been going on for the last 5 years, and there was some sort of reference where this has always been going on, the fire has always walked through on the housing inspections, and it's not true. So I just wanted to provide some historical reference for this, and I think it's important as property owners, where we are inspected every 13 months, and our properties are very safe and very well maintained, and I think that that's fair to say that of most of the properties here within East Lansing. I think it's only fair to know exactly which code and which standard we're being held to. If I'm going to be written up for a code violation, I'm not going to just say, sure, whatever. I'm going to say, give me a copy of the code. I want to make sure that this applies to us. I want to understand it. I want to understand how you want us to apply this to our properties. And that's the way that this works. It's both people, both entities have rights. And so as property owners, it's only fair and reasonable for us to understand exactly what code that we're going to be held to. And we'd like to have that built into it. We'd like to have these details taken care of before we adopt something, instead of having something in place and then there's ambiguity. So now's the time to get these details right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Matt Hagan? I did.
All right, sorry, it's in the hall. Obviously not feeling well, so I apologize. I'm just trying to stay out there. But Matt Hagan, 927 East Grand River, obviously here for the 5.3, the rental housing code changes. Like Nancy said, like our attorney said, I'd like to start off with thanking Councilmember Meadows, city attorney, staff. We've had a good dialogue over the last month and a half, trying to hash out some of the differences on this particular change, and I think we've come a long way. I made a comment at the meeting that in doing this for the last 30 years, as most people I've seen sit around the table to discuss something like that. Councilmember Meadows made a comment that it was similar to the non-conforming used a few years back, but I think that was a little more adversarial. This was a little bit more, hopefully, in agreement and working together, and hopefully that can continue going forward. I think we're real close on this. Unfortunately, I think there are still 5 items that we'd like to see addressed before it's adopted. City attorney, or excuse me, our attorney mentioned the items. I'll just briefly touch on a couple of them. 7.93, the transfer of rental ownership. The example that I've been using, talking to people about this, is that we managed a house for a couple, husband and wife. The deed was in the husband's name. They were getting divorced. The property was going to the wife. Under the new proposed language, the seller, the husband, has to sign off on the rental license transfer to the wife as part of that process. Obviously, given the divorce, I'm not sure how willing the husband would be to sign that form and help facilitate that process. So currently, the buyer, the purchaser, completes the form and submits it to the city. Haven't really seen a huge problem with that. Assessing can verify whether or not the property has been sold and who the owner of the property is. We did provide some language that I thought remedied some of the concerns with this particular topic, so hopefully that can be looked at. The other one that I wanted to touch on, I guess, was 7-153, the East Lansing City Addendum. It's unfortunate that currently the language in the ordinance does not actually reflect what's provided in the East Lansing City Addendum currently. So it's currently wrong. And you're being asked to vote on it tonight and approve something that's going to be wrong again. I guess I was raised to do stuff right the first time. We have a sewer that we're working on right now. Earlier today, the contractor hit the water line as part of the sewer work. And he was going to just put a coupler in the water line and continue on from there. I said, no, I don't want to have a coupler in my water line. I want to have a new pipe from the curb stop into the house. So let's take it out and do it right and not have a problem with it in the future. Just how my parents raised me, and that's how we operate our business. And I would hope that in looking at this, you guys would have a similar approach to it. We're very close, and I know it's been on the agenda many times, and you're tired of dealing with it and want to pass it. And we're not asking for perfection by any means, but I think that there's no harm in fine-tuning a few more of these items before a final vote is approved, rather than having something that is passed that is incorrect and then needs to be addressed again in the future. So last one I'll touch on, I guess, real quick is the 7-210, the idea of adding an option for another reinspection. I know Annette has been here at the city for as long as I have, and we've had a good working relationship and has been very reasonable to work with, and Elise has stepped into the position, and again, I feel like we have a great working relationship. And so, under their guidance, I think that, currently everything, the status quo is working with the way the code is written. However, unfortunately, those positions change, and ultimately the code is the code, and somebody that may not be as reasonable as they are could be in that position in the future. And so that's why our concern is, with this particular language, the way we interpret it is that if you fail your reinspection, the city could issue you a ticket after that point. So let's say you have 6 violations on your initial inspection, you fix 5 of them, but one of them doesn't get fixed for whatever reason, you miss it, or it's not up to the standards. At that point, according to the code, our interpretation is the city should write a ticket at that point.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
In practice, obviously, it's not been usually handled that way, and we get another reinspection. We're just asking that that be codified as an option, so that would be a possibility in the future, so that if Annette or Elise or somebody as reasonable as them is in that position, that the code is what the code is. So appreciate your time. I am going to have to leave. I'm not feeling well. I don't want you to think that me leaving is not of an importance to this item, so thank you.
Thank you. Soren Nordlicht.
Hi, my name is Soren Nordlicht, and I'm a part of the Rent is Too Damn High tenant union. As for any of my, something worthwhile about me, and I'd have to say I have a bachelor's degree. I am educated with a lot more than people have the money to afford most nowadays. And I guess I'd like to start stating that I am opposing the ordinance of 1565 and 1566. largely on the basis that the definition of a society, the whole point of it is to help take care of each other. You know, our biggest enemy when we started off, you know, way back when, where the archaeologists were studying, you know, old bodies of, you know, Neanderthals and so forth, their defining factor of when society started was when they identified that a bone had healed. It was like a femur, and it was proof that that's what they identified as the start of society, that, you know, we took care of each other. You know, nature is something that the homeless have to deal with all the time, and protecting ourselves from the elements is something that we need to do on a regular basis because, you know, our weather changes. You know, it's really cold in the winter, it's really hot in the summer, and it's only going to get worse with the climate change. And so it's kind of really disappointing that, you know, after that 8-page, you know, email from ACLU from Michigan, that this is still on, you know, being considered. They had so many facts, so many explanations. There has been so many people that have come in here to talk about these two ordinances that will criminalize being homeless, you know, impact their ability to get a house again, impact their ability to keep their job because where are they supposed to sleep, to, you know, refresh themselves, to help contribute to society, because we all do. You stay bored long enough, you stay unemployed long enough, you're going to want to contribute. It's just how it is. We want a sense of purpose. We want to create. We want to learn. That is inherent to every human being. It doesn't matter, you know, what history you've had before. It's something that we all want. And so I'm just, I guess, reiterate, I'm disappointed that this thing is still on, like, the ordinance, that you guys are still, you know, considering this thing, that it has not been scrapped from your agenda, that you guys are still planning on voting on it when I think it's not something worth to be voted for. You guys don't have any homeless shelters here except for one, and you know how religious organizations, you know, there's that heavy weight of them expecting you to follow, you know, their religious beliefs when there's so many religions out there and so many people in America that aren't really that religious in the first place. And so I guess that covers everything I wanted to say here, despite it, you know, only being 2 minutes and 30 seconds. But I guess I'll just, you know, end that, you know, providing housing is housing first initiatives builds up people. It's not a matter of like giving people free things. It's a human right. If you looked at, you know, the UN, they have a long list of things that they consider human rights, and I can't remember off the top of my head right now. It's over 10 of them, but you know, safe housing to live in is one of them. And you know, it's not just about that. It's about, you know, building up everyone. We all have the capacity to contribute to, you know, in our own, you know, it's not going to be the same for everyone. More people might have to carry the load because they are way more capable than others. But, you know, if we're all contributing our best, all of our needs should be met. And I will end on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Adria Truckenmiller.
Hello, my name is Adria Truckenmiller. I live at 830 Lantern Hill, and I'm here to talk about the deer, and I'll be very, very brief because there's much more important things for you all to deal with tonight. But I want to follow up on my neighbor Eleanor's observation about the overpopulation of deer that's in our community. I was very excited to move to East Lansing in 2019. And have a wonderful community, lots of children running through our yards. They're very active in our neighborhood, which has been very exciting. Also had dozens and dozens of deer in our yards, staying there and traveling through our yards. And this brought up worries for me. When I was growing up, my brother had Lyme disease, and it caused him to miss an entire 6 months of school, and he's been battling it his whole life. It's been a lifelong issue. And so I would really, really be devastated to see any of the amazing children in our neighborhood come down with a similar issue with this overpopulation of deer. So a few years ago, the council, thankfully, thanks to those of you that were on the council, voted to have a deer call, and it helped quite a bit. But then, of course, this year, I found out that the deer call is no longer occurring. With all the snow, we see a lot of deer tracks through the yard. There's still very many coming through. Also, my cats have noticed. They make friends with them through the window, which is very sweet, and I know a lot of people like that very much, but I also know it's not healthy to have that many deer, so I'd be very grateful for an easy fix to just re-sign that contract to reinstate the deer call. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Karen Honey.
Oh, thank you for calling my name again. I'm here in opposition to ordinances 5055 and 1556. Many speakers before me have outlined the reasons, as I have outlined many times in the past. So I'm going to just talk about a couple different things. One of the things that continues to frustrate me is we haven't really seen we've seen no evidence of a reason. People talk about crime is up. We've really not seen any statistics to prove that. And we've certainly seen no statistics to prove that unhoused folks are the ones committing the crimes. Like nothing. There's nothing been put forward. I would think that if this was something that was research-based, that we would have seen some kind of data that would support this. And I've been reading through the written communication for the last 3 meetings, I believe, and just as is evidenced by people that come forward to speak in person, I would say 80 to 90% of the written communication is opposed to these ordinances. And when I read the letters of the people that are in support of the ordinances, again, there's nothing legitimate. No one has said that they've been harmed by a homeless person or that their store was robbed by a homeless person. It's just that, oh, I don't want my children to see them, and they're taking up space in the downtown area, and they smell bad, and they're peeing in public, and it reminds me of what's happening at a federal level with the Trump administration and this fear-mongering they do about immigrants and refugees when there's literally no evidence to back it up. It's the same thing going on in the city. You're creating a narrative of fear that people buy into when there's no evidence to support that. And it's actually really depressing. I'm assuming that you read the letters that are coming to you, and they're so insulting. Some of the language that they use to describe people is just so dehumanizing and so othering. It's really unfortunate. And I would hope that those are not the comments that you give more credence to than you give to all the people that show up here. A couple of people spoke about the housing meetings that you had, and when I looked through them and read them, it seemed like you did include a lot of people, and there were so many good ideas that were generated out of there. And yet I don't see you talking about any of them, and nowhere in the ideas, the opportunities, ideas, and possibilities did it say, let's rewrite ordinances to criminalize homelessness. They talk about advocating for the passage of tenant rights protection to preserve more housing, funding for housing programs, housing pods, East Lansing Hotel Program partnerships, using CDBG funds for eviction prevention. They talk about, I love this idea, lockers so people could store their stuff that have electricity so they could charge their phones, public bathrooms, a mobile bathroom, more transportation between organizations. There's so many good ideas here. I don't see you talking about any of these ideas. None of these ideas were, let's create ordinances to criminalize homelessness. So again, I join chorus with everybody here to say, please do not vote for these inhumane, unnecessary, and really immoral ordinances. And now I'm going to use the rest of my time to talk about another topic. Still on the Human Rights Commission for 6 months. 6 months ago, 2 young men were pepper sprayed in the face at close distance in downtown East Lansing. That's now been 6 months. At least 3 months ago, a complaint was filed with the Human Rights Commission. We were appointed by all of you to investigate accusations of human rights violations in the city of East Lansing. We have not been able to move forward. We have been requesting through letter, through email, information to help us do a transparent and effective investigation, and we've been provided with nothing. And so then I opened the paper today to see Jen Brown quoted, "Transparency and communication are critical to maintaining trust." Are you kidding me? We have had no transparency and no communication. We've received nothing back except for the same old line, we're going to check with our lawyers and see what they say. You all are intelligent people. I don't think you're getting good legal advice, and so waiting for your lawyer to tell you what you can provide for us and what you can't seems absolutely ridiculous. And then, to make it worse, I keep reading this article, and I find that Not only has Jen Brown not been disciplined, nothing has been done as far as we know to address her racist comments that she made. She was actually nominated by the award ceremony for a Spirit Award, in which the nomination said she's someone whose example is both inspiring and motivating. This is unbelievable to me and just reeks of hypocrisy. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to address the council? You, my friend, are out of order. Please.
Good evening, Farhan Omar. You know, the saddest thing about Jim Brown's comments is obviously what she said, but the intention, right? The intentionality that went behind her comments. For example, what she said was not a leaked audio, right? It wasn't a private conversation that came out. This was not a comment that she made before East Lansing hired her. She did a press release. And what that means is she actually opened up her laptop and typed everything out word for word and reread everything else. And then she thought it was a good idea to release it to the press. Think about that. Let me put it in a different way. In this country, there is murder, and then there is first-degree murder, which means premeditated. What she did was premeditation, like she premeditated. And to me, that's the biggest concern that I have about your police chief, is the thought process that went through everything, where she thought it was a great idea as the police chief of this city to say that minorities are the problem in this community. I'll give you another example. Some of you guys have kids that go to school in this city. Imagine getting a progress report and seeing a comment like that on your child's progress report. What would you think? What would go through your mind if your child's teacher made the same comment that she made? You'd be outraged. So don't be surprised that we keep showing up and being outraged, because you would do the same thing. You would want that teacher fired. You would want your child removed from that class, if not the entire school district. If that's not good enough, and you think her comments are appropriate, the next time you guys attend the NAACP MLK lunch, make those same comments to a black person and see how it goes. I'm serious. Make that same comment that she made in that type of event and see the type of reaction you get. There's right and there's wrong. That's just how it is in life. We teach our kids there's right and there's wrong. She was wrong. And what's even crazier than that is that she has yet to apologize. She has yet to say, I am sorry for what I said. And then the mom, whose child was harmed in the city, she came over here speaking to her, and she had her face facing that way. Think about that. She turned her head and faced the opposite. That's guilt. It's nothing else. It's just guilt. If that's also not good enough, and you still stand behind your chief, I dare you to go into your job, your normal jobs, go to one of your colleagues that you work with, and say, hey, Bob, you know what the problem is in this business, this organization? It's the minorities. Yeah. And see the type of reaction you get. See if you don't get written up. See if you don't get fired. Like, what is there to talk about? Like, honest to God, what is there to discuss? What is there to debate about? You either side and agree with what she said, or you say, hey, this is not who East Lansing is. This is not who we are. And you get rid of her. But there's no middle ground. There's literally no middle. And this is Black History Month. Y'all love quoting Dr. King. Yeah, I love posting his pictures. Dr. King didn't ask you to quote him or to post them. He said, fighting justice. That's what you're supposed to do. But you guys are doing the opposite. It's getting tiring,
have
to be
30
honest. It is
seconds
getting tiring. Like, I don't even live in this city. But the reason why I come over here is because some of the things that you guys are doing poses a threat to my city back home in Lansing. I don't want my mayor and my city council thinking that criminalizing the unhoused is a good thing. Because injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I don't want them getting ideas from y'all. That's why I'm here. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to address the council? Seeing none, do we have any callers?
There are 4 callers in the queue.
All right.
Caller with the name Francis, you are now free to address the council. Caller with the name Francis, you are now free to address the council.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to double check. Okay, my name is Francis Knaus. It's spelled K-A-N like Nancy, O-U-S like Sam. I live at 1860 Melrose in East Lansing. The statement is regarding ordinances 1565 and 1566. Respectfully, I hope there are enough communications from the audience that messages like this stick this time. I appreciate the comments from people directly affected by the housing crisis, by those who live in harmony with unhoused people, those who have done incredible research on this subject, and the advocates speaking about what they know to be best for poor people and unhoused people. I am a mentor to parents with children that have disabilities, a mentor using my own lived experience to assist people who have severe mental illness like myself, and an advocate for equitable, evidence-based policies that benefit all people, but especially vulnerable people. I spent most of my childhood living here in East Lansing until my family moved to another local city while I was in high school. In 2016, my now husband and then 3-year-old daughter moved to East Lansing. I moved here from Lansing and my husband moved here from Flint during the Flint water crisis. We moved here for several reasons that had nothing to do with moving away from the city we were living in before. A major reason we wanted to move here is because we wanted a great school district for our daughter. Outside of that, I felt good about moving here because at the time I believed this city fostered values that I value. Those values include diversity, community, dignity, and equitable policies. It was a good move because we eventually had a son in 2017 with a disability. And the teachers here have done an exceedingly good job at supporting him, making him feel a part of and making sure he knows he is loved. And they do this for other disabled students, no matter how much money they have. Unfortunately, that is one of the only things I have found to be consistent with what I thought I knew about East Lansing. Over the last several years, I have been disappointed with the performative, hollow nature of this city. This city puts up rainbow flags, says it's a sanctuary city, and claims to support equitable, evidence-based policies and ordinances. But many of the policies and ordinances it has tried or succeeded in rolling out over the last few years are anything but. You've been informed of the evidence and facts of what is good and what is bad for poor people, for unhoused people, for people who have nowhere to go. You have enough policy experts in this home of MSU, as well as experts coming to your city council meetings from other cities to know better than passing a camping ban. And yet here we are today to talk about this again. It doesn't matter if I want to live here or not. I'm financially stable enough to be protected from an ordinance such as these. What about poor and unhoused people? Do they have a choice? What do you want poor people to know about this city by passing this camping ban? Because it is certainly not telling them you do want them to live here. This is a not in my backyard ordinance. I'm encouraging you to do better, to live up to the values many residents thought this city fostered. That is all I have to say.
Thank you. Next caller.
Caller with the name Jacob, you are now free to address the council. Caller with the name Jacob, you are now free to address the council. Caller with the phone number ending in 702, you are now free to address the council. Caller with the phone number ending in 442, you are now free to address the council. There are no more callers in the queue.
Thank you. That concludes communications from the audience. Next item is communications from the council. Councilmember Singh.
I'm going to withhold comments so we can get to the agenda.
Mayor Pro Tem Grigsby.
Yes, thank you, audience members, for speaking up into the issues that are so important to us in the community. I know some of you who have spoke tonight, I would love to see you participate also on some of our open positions that we have for commissions and getting involved on this work in a way that you have a process upon and pass through that podium and really getting involved. I really invite you to participate in that way as well. I had a chance to unfortunately, I was doing some medical procedures getting done. I was unable to be here, and I kind of had a chance to kind of be sitting in the room just thinking about a lot of the things that were spoke upon tonight. And it just, again, for me, when it comes to some of the different decisions that we'll be making here, I'm really affirmed in my position in doing and making the decision that I think is important for the benefit of humanity, and really finding other solutions that we can do as a city to uplift others and hold people accountable in a way that's equitable, and we have justice for everyone. And so I really had a chance to kind of sit back and just kind of really think interpersonally about how I feel about certain things. And again, for the issues that were brought up tonight, I hear you, and and for some of the things that, right now that we are not speaking upon, I just can speak for myself that in between these meetings, I am working on these issues at best of my ability and having things happen in a positive way. Small steps, but effective ones that I think will lead to bigger steps and bigger change going forward for what we all stand for here in relation to our city being the best version that it can be, and supporting those community members within the city. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Meadows.
Just a couple of quick things. There was kind of an indication of disappointment that these ordinances, specifically related to the camping ordinance and the parking structure ordinance, were on the agenda, but this is the process. We introduce ordinances, we don't take action on those ordinances, and we can't under our charter on the first night that they're introduced. So our debate, our decision has to be at least one business meeting later. This is that business meeting. Nobody has voted for these ordinances. They have voted simply to put it on the next agenda. And so I want to thank everybody who was at the podium this evening on every issue that was brought up. As I've said before, that's what it's here for. And we don't ignore that. Council members simply don't. So tonight, we will begin our discussion. I don't know if it'll continue tonight, but we'll begin the discussion of these ordinances and what we think is right or wrong based on both the testimony of the people at the microphone and our own thoughts with regard to that. I also just want to mention that, East Lansing has not ignored, I don't know if I'll call it a poor population, although somebody just mentioned that at the microphone. It is here that East Lansing Housing and Neighborhood Services began in 1990 to promote, build, rent, buy housing for low to moderate income individuals. And so Deer Path and other installations within this community are designed to house and provide appropriate housing for low to moderate income individuals. We are now a Capital Area Housing Partnership. That was the beginning, and that's where we are today as the only organization within this region that is still committed to and does that on a daily basis. Builds, rents, provides housing for low to moderate income individuals. I've been on that board for 10 years. We have grown tremendously, and hundreds of housing opportunities for low to moderate income individuals have been constructed or provided by that organization. That was, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that, among the neighborhoods, that was 5 neighborhoods that began that process, included Red Cedar, Bailey, and Chesterfield Hills. I think that when you look at the effort that has been made by the community, by our community, not just the city of East Lansing, it's important that we continue that process. That's why diversity, economic diversity, and all kinds of diversity in this community are so important. And other than that, I'm looking forward to the debates we have tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Whalen.
So Councilmember Meadows said exactly what I wanted to say, that these proposed ordinances had come up, and we, by law, can't all talk about it together outside of a official public meeting. So there's been discussions about things have been passed, this and that, and again, this is the night we're discussing it. So, and government works slow sometimes, and it does take a lot of patience. I do appreciate people coming out. I appreciate people listening online. And sometimes it's just a complicated situation. I want to reserve most of my comments for the agenda items. We do have an amazing community. We have an amazing community of people that have invested their lives here, invested their with their neighborhoods, with their friends. This is a powerful community, and part of that community are people that really struggle. So when we talk about, I don't like giving labels, but we talk about someone named Alex or someone named John, and you look them in the eye, and they're struggling, it is an issue. Or somebody that's walking by your house, that's a person. It's not a statistic, it's not a situation. And to offer those individuals and those people resources and help is incredibly important. So I think if we, anyone in our community would forget the fact that these are people that have needs and have concerns, I just don't think that that's lost on this group of people tonight on our council, that there's compassion and kindness toward all to try to find out resources for all and plus everybody in our city. So I'll reserve the rest for our very lengthy discussion tonight.
Thank you. And I have no report tonight. City Manager.
Want to share. First, I want to give applause to Elise Hodges and Annette Irwin, who for the last 18 months worked on the rental housing ordinances before you tonight, which are 5.3. And as Annette is wrapping up her career with the city of East Lansing, this can be one of her crowning achievements if council does move forward with approving them this evening. Secondly, I want to recognize Justin DeWicki. Justin was appointed Director of Parks, Recreation, and Arts last Friday, and so he assumes that role full-time and will provide the necessary leadership in that department, both for the services that they provide, the challenges that we face, and opportunities that we will embrace moving forward. Next, I want to recognize Lane Hardy, DEI Director, who reports that the city provided emergency shelter during the Code Blue cold weather event February 6th through the 9th at the Quality Inn and Suites in Lansing, supporting an estimated 7 to 11 people over the activation period at an estimated cost of about $1,700. The next item is located under the city manager's report on tonight's agenda is a report compiled by the National Charrette Institute of the 2 4-hour workshops the city held on November 5th and 18th, 2025. The report is titled East Lansing's Unhoused Conversations, summarizing the conversations of 42 individuals on the first event and 49 on the second event that consisted of East Lansing staff, business owners, residents, nonprofit staff, and the Ingham County Continuum of Care representatives had to understand the interactions people were having with unhoused community and individuals in East Lansing and identified existing services and gaps. I wanted to share this report with the public because it's been brought up at prior public comments. I also wanted to share with that report who were invited to these workshops: city staff, city council, residents, DDA members, Human Rights Commission, 153 downtown businesses, residents and property owners, the Continuum of Care Board of Directors, Haven House, and the Housing Services of Michigan. The city remains committed to assist unhoused individuals by identifying short or transitional and long-term solutions. We do continue to work on these that were brought up as part of the workshop. Landon Bartley, Elaine Hardy, and Heather Pope are going to continue to invite internal and external stakeholders to advance those conversations and bring concrete ideas back to this body for your consideration and possible adoption. Deer management. So Council Member Meadows and I met this afternoon. City Council was not informed that I elected not to move forward with deer management in 2026. So the prior council adopted deer management for 24 and 25. So that's on me. I apologize. I should have informed council and received any further direction from the body. I did not until Eleanor Holbrook reached out last Wednesday to Mayor Altman and myself. Deer being a nuisance this year had not been raised, at least to my attention, through communications to council or the community as a whole. Council Member Meadows requested deer management program be placed on the March 3rd, 2026 City Council agenda for you to consider. Justin DeWicki and I have a meeting with USDA wildlife representative this Thursday to determine whether USDA wildlife can accommodate the call this year. The individual we're working with believes they could provide 2 nights in March, and so we'll continue to work through those details and bring that forward to you at the next meeting. That's all I have. Thank you. If you're giving me the second, I'll bring. Yeah. Okay. It will be on the agenda. Thank you.
City Attorney's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No report this evening.
Okay, item 3 on the agenda is a special presentation of the General Fund 5-year financial forecast. From our Chief Financial Officer.
All right, good evening. Hello. Audrey Kincaid, CFO. Tonight we have the General Fund 5-year forecast. This is our sort of first discussion with council with the upcoming budget process. So this is your first look at what we're seeing in the general fund. I want to reiterate that this is a budgeting tool. It's not a crystal ball. So things may change and things can change and do change from what's presented in the 5-year forecast. If I could go to the next slide. So just want to remind everybody what's in this forecast presentation is just the general fund. So there are things flowing into and out of from other funds, but we are just discussing the general fund. There is a narrative information included within the document, and it kind of, for the first 3 items, they go kind of general, more specific items of note, and then the specific assumptions that we used for each of the individual lines within the document. I'll probably talk about a lot of those, but for reference, most of those are discussed in that narrative section. We can go on to the next slide. So the forecast, I hope you have a printed version because otherwise it's itty bitty. But just generally discussing it, the top section is your revenues, and the bottom section are our expenses, and then we have our fiscal year 25 actual results in the leftmost number column. Then the next 2 are both 26 data, our budget, and then what we actually expect to be based on current activity throughout the year. And then the next 5 columns are the forecasted out years. So overview for personnel, we do a deep dive into that with departments and use our financial system to create a budget personnel estimate for the next budget. So those are pretty detailed estimates at this point, but then revenues and other operating expenditures are based on current year-end estimates and then kind of forecasted out using all the assumptions that we've discussed, majority kind of CPI or more general assumptions. We back out any major one-time items so that we kind of have or then we adjust outer years for, again, one-time items that we are aware of at this point. So personnel is really detailed and really specific for what we know as of today. The other ones are a little bit more inflated or estimated out based on those assumptions. All right, so the first thing on the forecast is property taxes. And so what I'm going to start with is I'm going to bring up our new city assessor who is going to discuss taxable values, which is the basis of property taxes. So I'm going to have Bill Fowler come up and discuss what you're seeing in the forecast related to taxable values.
Good evening. As Audrey said, my name is Bill Fowler. I came to the city in October of last year. As far as in the assessing field, I started back in 1975. So what you have before you is a schedule of a 5-year history and projection of property tax revenues that were generated for each of the classes of property located within Ingham County and Clinton County, segregated, so that we could map as to what has happened in the last 5 years in comparison to the rate of inflation that we utilize in calculating our taxable values. Be aware that just because property values are maybe escalating, your tax base is restricted constitutionally. In the study that was conducted during 2025, the overall level of property increase in the city based upon classes between 5 to 10%. Your rate of inflation is 2.7. So where typically your taxable values represented about 80% of market value, they now represent about 77% of your market value. So you're losing a little bit of ground space. As the market escalates, you're restricted constitutionally on how much you can levy against those properties. So we looked at a 5-year history from 2021 to 2025 as to how the tax base in the city had materialized, and use that for making projections for the next 5 years. Historically, you had only been projecting and anticipating about a 1.5% increase in your revenue base in prior projections. Because the fact that we had restrictions, your allowable tax base growth, the lowest it's ever been was 1.4, and that was 6 years ago. Everything else, your allowable tax base could go up 3%. There was 2 years where you were restricted at 5%. Now, where the market is escalating and the inflation rate set at 2.7, we're now into a restricted tax base. So, keeping that in mind, we still look to see as to how that projection will move forward in the next 5 years. My projection is that we will still be able to maintain a 2.5% growth in taxable value. That's looking at normal market change due to inflation, change of ownership, which allows for the uncapping of taxable values the year following a sale, and new construction. Okay? So you have on the slide before you on page 15, that projection for the next 5 years. And that's, my estimate, is still very conservative, even though we have increased from the 1.5% projection to a 2.5.
Can I interrupt you just for a second?
Sure.
I'm looking at this slide and I'm seeing the inflation rate multiplier, and there were a couple of years, 2024 and 2025, where the multiplier was 1.05. That was the maximum under Proposal A, is that right?
Yes, when they adopted the constitutional amendment, it says that individual property's taxable value could only be increased by the rate of inflation or 5% or whatever's less. So in the 2 years in 24 and 23, the rate of inflation actually exceeded 5%, but due to the constitutional limitation, it was capped at 5.
And now in 2025, the multiplier is 1.031, and that's because the rate of inflation has decreased. In 25, the rate of inflation was 3.1%. Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and projection for tax year 26 is 2.7%. So in looking at the projection that we have on page 15, carrying over into on page 16, if you could advance the slide. This is a sort of a theoretical look at what we want to put in motion. Okay, there were 6 projects that we thought there might be some feasibility of bringing an enhancement to the tax base. Myers Express, which they've already broken ground on. If you go out to the corner of Abbott and Lake Lansing Road, you'll see a nice clear lot now where they've started site preparation. Sheets, you've had extensive discussions regarding Sheets for the corner of Abbott and where the old former drugstore used to be. An existing project, 1605 Westlake, that's the former Hall of Fame restaurant site, which is now Chipotle's and a medical facility. Then we have 3 proposed apartment or housing developments that were being discussed. Michigan Avenue, this is a apartment or housing project out there by where Sawyer's Pontiac used to be, where the marijuana shop is. Okay. Then the Howard downtown and 530 Albert. Each are apartment type developments that were being discussed and anticipated. And we sort of brought that into the picture as possibilities and how it could enhance your tax base. Okay. Looking at that picture combined with our 5-year projection, we blended them together. And then on the bottom portion, you'll find the fiscal years 26 through 31. And we're still saying that we're looking at anywhere between 5.6 to 3% anticipated growth, which I think further supports our anticipation of maybe the 2.5. Historically, you've always exceeded your projection. You know, if you look back on 15, you'll see that in 25, the inflation rate was 3.1. You netted 6.95. Okay. In the 2 years where it was limited to 5%, you still exceeded 5%, even with the limitation. In 22, when it was 3.3%, you netted 4.3%. So the tax base in the city is healthy. Okay, it's sustaining. Okay, so with a sustaining tax base, you have resources that are available to you to utilize in a fashion that is deemed necessary and just to your community. I yield the floor to my director. Any other questions?
Any questions at the moment? Mr. Whalen?
I have one question, sir. So, taxes are just high, okay? Someone very close to me is just going to be assessed about $14,000 a year for a new home. How much percentage that goes to the city compared to the county and schools?
Not
How much
very
does the city
much.
get? Let's say it's a $10,000 tax bill.
Okay.
How much of that goes to the city? How much would go to the county? How much would go to schools? I'm sorry to.
I believe the pie chart shows you about 22%. So it would be about 20.
About 22% goes to the city.
I believe so, yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Which means 78% goes to the county.
Microphone.
Or school districts.
Microphone.
Okay. I just want to, so the public understands, sorry.
Any other? So I have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
On that slide. So the numbers in the big box, I'm going to focus on the Howard, line 5. Okay. So you've got 3 numbers there. Each of those is an estimated increase in taxable value of the site, correct?
That's correct.
So the net or the total increase in taxable value of the site is the sum across those 3 boxes.
For the Howard, we would be looking at an increase over 3 years of approximately $6 million in
Okay.
tax base.
So my first question is, that seems low for an investment that's probably on the order of $100 million. Why is it only a $6 million increase?
The amount that they put into developing does not necessarily mean that's the value in the open market.
Okay.
Okay? Let's take an example. Sheets. No, actually, it was not the Grand Rapids site. It was Myers in Grand Rapids for their state-of-the-art gas station. Paid $17 million for the site as a donation to the church, and then they tore the church down to build a gas station. Okay? Cost they'll never recover, but it's cost incurred. Okay? Cost incurred is not necessarily value.
Okay. So if we take your estimate of $6 million increase in taxable value, and you multiply that by 12 mils, 12 and a half mils, right, 1.25%, you get 75, after all the taxable value has accrued to that property, you get an estimated increase in property taxes of about $75,000 a year. Does that seem ballpark?
I don't have a calculator. I would not want to hazard a guess on mathematics out of my head.
Okay. The reason I want to stress this issue, I think it's really important because we have been told by the developer that this project would generate about 10 times as much in new taxes, like on the order of $1 million a year, we've been told. And my calculations are that we stand to gain about $75,000 a year. This is why this is important. And so I don't know if right now is exactly the right time to answer that question, but I did want to establish that the estimated increase in taxable value of that site, total increase is about $6 million. So that's correct, right, for the record?
That's the untaxable, yeah. That's an estimate at this particular
Right,
point.
it's an
I mean, keep in mind that once the project is 100%, it carries forward. And so while it's in developmental stages, it will always be partially assessed. And that may be more of a minimal value rather than a maximum value.
Well, my understanding is that's why you spread that increase in taxable value over 3 years, because that's the build, I'm assuming that's the build period.
Yes.
Okay. So, and then if I want to compute the property taxes from the taxable value, I multiply the millage rate times the taxable value, correct?
Correct, but it does say that it goes online in 2031. Then and they're at full operation, we would then go away from cost incurred to benefits and value received in the form of analyzing their income stream versus their expenses and capitalizing that income stream into a value.
Okay.
And that may be more reflective of the actual market value, because you ask, what would the prudent investor pay for the right to receive that income stream in an open and competitive market? Okay. So there's a strong possibility that it may have an enhancement. Okay.
Can you give us a ballpark of how big the enhancement would be? Would it be could it be a factor of 10?
No, because you have a case in another project that was turned over, and actually, when analyzing the income stream, it lost value.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I just want to confirm that the analysis we've heard today excludes the income tax fund and the value or income that we might receive from additional bodies, let's say, in the city of East Lansing. Is that
Yeah,
right?
that would not be included in our estimates.
I just
Yep.
want, if I could, just highlight, this goes back to Councilmember Whalen's question, that the city did mail out a little flyer within that talked about everyone's taxes and where they go. So I just think that was a really helpful pamphlet. I forget what the mailing was. Water bill? Property tax, okay, thank you.
Tax bill, yeah.
Ms. Kincaid, would you care to
Yeah.
continue?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so if we go on to the next slide. So I'm going to be focusing on revenue first, and so that top line in the forecast is the property tax line, and you can see that the outer years are about at that 2% increase, 2.5% increase. And actually, as I'm going through this, if you have more specific questions, the back kind of couple pages of the forecast have more detail about each of these individual lines, so I might be referring back to those pages to kind of answer some questions. So as I'm going through this, I'm kind of going to highlight some of the major changes that we're seeing and talking about the things that caught my eye, so hopefully they were questions that you were already going to ask, so I can hopefully answer them before you have to ask. So within the property taxes, you can see we're less conservative perhaps than we have been in prior forecasts. So those are going up more than the 2.5% because that also includes our marijuana taxes. So that's something that we receive annually from the state based on the number of facilities that we have in the city. We did go from 5 facilities to 4 facilities, but that shouldn't impact the city until fiscal year 27. There is some potential change to what all is going to be distributed, but I kind of said we were going to be about conservative and flat with those estimates based on the 4 facilities. So you'll see a little dip in '27. In the back, you probably can't see, it's kind of obscured by the property tax increase. So the next largest revenue source for the general fund are transfers from income tax. And so this is 3 different components. So I want to remind you that first and foremost, the general fund is made whole for the 5 mil reduction. So we are first made whole, and that is the largest part of the transfer from the income tax. Secondly, 20% of the net revenue from income tax is allocated to public safety, which comes to the general fund, and that's split 50-50 between police and fire. Then the final item is to benefit from our PA 289 allocation. We transfer about $1 million of the MERS allocation portion of the income tax. We transfer that $1 million to the general fund to make a supplemental pension payment directly to the fire division. So we kind of tie those things together so that we have, we can benefit that PA 289 money. Everything else, just as a note, that's going into the supplemental pension payments for the income tax is going into surplus divisions. And I'll kind of touch on that a little bit later. One thing that you will see on this forecast is the furthest out year, fiscal year 31. You'll see maybe a little bit of a dip in that transfer number. So that is the final year of income tax. So that's the calendar year 2030 is halfway through fiscal year 31. So we will have withholdings and collections halfway through the fiscal year, but then we'll also have payments with returns because those will happen during the back half of the fiscal year. But there will be no new withholdings for calendar year 2031. So we're estimating out a drop in that, but knowing that we continue to collect for prior years as we do state tape withholding, state tape compliance work. So, and then we also know that we're going to continue to maintain our administrative staff for several years because we're going to continue to do that compliance work. Even if the income tax were to expire, there's still probably several years of work to collect and finalize all through 2030. Was there one more thing I wanted to say on that? I will say that we've had a lot of volatility in this because, you know, when it started, it was just starting, it was halfway through a fiscal year, then we had COVID, and so we were kind of building all these things up, and then we've started doing compliance work, and then we started adding a second administrator to assist with that compliance work. So we're finally starting to see a little bit more routine, regular revenue growth in that source. So I was less conservative as well because I really did not feel comfortable in prior years bumping those numbers up, but I was I feel like now seeing a couple good years of revenue growth that I was less conservative. So those are also a little bit higher numbers in the outer years than you would have seen on like a prior forecast. But I'm feeling pretty comfortable with those numbers at this point. So the next item is something new that we didn't have last year. So this special assessments is specifically related to drain maintenance that we are passing on to homeowners. We discussed this at the end of the budget process last year, where this was a cost that comes from the county drain commission that we were absorbing. The general fund was absorbing this cost for many years, but we decided to pass that on to property owners because we don't need to absorb that cost. If there were a project that were to come, we could also pass those on to property owners. We can't do it retroactively because those owners didn't have the option to object to it. So we're going to continue to pay any sort of project assessments on drains. But so what you're seeing right here is just drain maintenance, which is a year-over-year cost. And again, kind of leaving that flat without much history there.
Sorry,
feel like I see a
can I
question.
ask, how much impact will that be for an average homeowner?
It was actually pretty small. I mean, it's a specific group that it has the drain. So there are property owners that are homeowners, and then there are also businesses. So it's
not specific to a house, it's specific to a neighborhood?
a property. So like even the city has property that has a drain on it. So even the city had to pay. It was like $8,000. That is not what a normal house would have to pay. I'd have to look up the specific listing that we put on bills this year.
How would that affect a tip? Let's say there's a neighborhood that's got drain issues. Is that what we're talking about? I guess I'm confused.
It's maintenance on a specific drain. a drain within the city. So, is Ron here? No? Okay. I would have to have Ron kind of provide that information. But it's not assessed across the city. It is only those owners that have that particular drain on their property or impacted by their property.
So I
But we can
appreciate that. I
provide
think
that.
it'd be great if we could be assessed some of that information along the way, rather than all of a sudden somebody gets a large bill and then just communication would be great, I think.
Yeah, and this was the first year, so we did discuss it in April during the budget process, and it didn't go on tax bills until December. So there was quite a time notification there. Okay. So then going on to state shared revenue, we've gotten a lot of information from the state budget about major cuts to this area, but we're kind of getting conflicting data because we're seeing these major cuts, but then we have estimates that are available on the state's website that don't seem to hit East Lansing specifically in Ingham and Clinton County as hard. You will see a decrease in both our 26 expectation and 27, so we are reducing those state shared revenue numbers, but we're seeing crazy numbers like reduced 30%, 13%, but that's not what we're seeing on the estimates that are actually on the state's website for East Lansing. We'll continue to monitor those, but they were updated after the governor's budget was released last week. So I feel like these are still pretty accurate, but we will continue to monitor them during the budget process to see if anything changes on those estimates from the state.
Can I ask a question? What about the work project that's still in the courts?
The work project.
We have a set of funds. Is that just for the clerk's office?
The grant fund?
Yeah, the dollars from the state.
So that's both for the clerk as well as the Trowbridge area were projects that were awarded.
And do we have like how that would impact revenue for 2027?
So if that
In
revenue.
two scenarios?
Well, if that revenue doesn't advance, then the project in Trowbridge will not move forward, so there won't be an expense side of it. And as it relates to the clerk's office, the replacement of election equipment, if not funded by the state, would be picked up by the city. That price I don't have for you, but we can share that unless
And the
the clerk
project-
has that information.
And I'm just
Could I ask the
thinking-
people in the audience to please refrain from talking within the room because you're distracting the meeting? Thank you.
The Trowbridge project, so it's quote-unquote paid up to date except for the additional light? Are we putting?
So the Trowbridge grant, which was 2.4 million, they advanced us 50% of that grant. So we had that money for the light. We
Okay.
also worked with the school district to extend the emergency route out of that area through the school's property. So what is not done is the wall and landscaping that would be seen as you come off of the expressway.
And that's tied up, so the work project dollars are tied up in the courts, and the
That's
last
correct.
I'm recalling is there's a stay.
There is an injunction or a stay on the expenditure of those, and Attorney General Nestle's interpretation that that money could move forward. The courts have held that in abeyance.
And just generally, for grant revenue that's sort of in question, we've excluded it from the forecast, both revenue and expenses. So I think, like Robert said, if we don't think the project is going to go forward, we aren't going to do the expense. We're not going to incur that if we don't have the revenue source.
With only one exception, and that is replacement of the election equipment.
Which wasn't initially in the Leo grant.
That's true.
But, yeah.
Right.
More state mandates.
Yes.
Can't prevent those. PA 289 funding, this, just as a reminder, is funding provided by the state because we provide fire protection services to state facilities, MSU. So there's a formula based on our taxable value as a city, so the percentage of their facilities as part of our taxable value base. and then multiplied by the prior year's expenditures. So any fluctuation in those expenditures may impact future years. And then we've been seeing a slight decline in that percentage year over year, so that's why you kind of see just a flat allocation for PA 289. There is a risk, while I've been with the city, this used to be funded at only 50%, so I will say that this is always a risk. Currently, we've been funded at 100% year over year since post-COVID, but as we know, that can always change, so there is a risk there. I think, so cable franchise fees, just as so you know, this is only including cable franchise fees. This previously included BWL franchise fees, but obviously that is excluded from fiscal year 25 and through the whole forecast. Then I'll just make a note on fines and forfeitures. In the parking and ordinance fines, we're seeing some steady increase in that revenue. That got hit really hard during COVID, but we're seeing a pretty nice rebound on that, and we've been very conservative on that, but I would say that we are we've adjusted some of our estimates in 26 so that you can kind of see that growth from our revised estimates from 26. Charges for services, this is the one place where I am normally very conservative, but we kind of pushed our ambulance billing numbers up, but I think we're gonna have to pull those back down a little bit, just based on, we changed billing companies a couple years ago, and we're still working out all the kinks with them, and just making sure that our estimates are more in line based on what we're seeing with them. Nothing of concern, we just gotta get a better history with them. Then in the other revenue line, in the 26 expectation, you can see that there is quite a large jump in there, and that is, we too paid BWL franchise fees, so when everyone submitted to be reimbursed through the settlement, we received money from that, so to the tune of like $800,000. So you can see that large jump in 26, and then back down in 27. One other thing that is changed in the 26 forecast is that we, again, we talked at the end of last year's budget about ground leases for parking facilities, and then for the Marriott properties, the parking lot at Marriott, that is only a partial year. The Marriott part is only a partial year for 26, but we have assumed for forecast for 27 and outer years a full year of those ground leases. So those two things kind of offset a little bit, so that you don't see that full swing back up in 27. Then grant revenue is kind of volatile depending on what's available, and just to be conservative, we're not including anything that we don't know that we have officially been awarded, and that if we have any concerns about timing of expenditures, when things are gonna happen, those have been excluded too. A majority of the ARPA funding was spent through fiscal year 25. We've got a little bit of carryover in 26. It's required to be spent by December of 26, but I think we will be well done with that before that final deadline. So that's kind of everything I have to say about revenues. Any other questions there before I move to expenditures?
Any questions concerning revenues?
I don't have a question that I think you can answer right now, but when we, at some point, in terms of the approximately 10.5 million in transfers from the income tax fund, can we get and maybe it's in here and I just have not noticed it, sort of an analysis of where we're going into the MERS, that we send to MERS as an extra payment in there. I see $1 million in here, but at 60% of the revenue, I want to know how we get to that number, that's all. So, and I know we have MERS coming to financial health on Thursday, so anybody who's interested in that, that's the place to be on Thursday night. So.
And I will say that, a majority of the MERS contributions flow through the income tax fund, which is why you're not seeing that other $5 million.
Okay.
But that's, contributed directly from the income tax fund.
Councilmember Singh, did you have a question?
No, I was making a joke.
I do have a question, actually, going back to the property tax revenue.
Yep.
A couple slides back. My understanding is that the property tax revenue that you've factored in here excludes all TIF captures.
I believe that's correct. Because this would just be what is flowing through the the general fund.
Right.
Yeah.
So my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the new projects in the DDA area, their tax increment would be captured by the DDA, would they not?
I will have to follow up on that.
Okay, because if that's true, then those projects should not be included. And the two of them are the Howard and 530 Albert. Mr. Meadows.
Yeah, can I follow up on that? Because I guess I'm a little confused by that also. The DDA is, its revenue comes from a tax increment financing within the DDA district. But that is a different tax increment financing than what we use to sort of repay on our construction projects, which capture the taxes actually paid by the developer and then hand the developer back the taxes that they pay in. This is sort of a revenue stream for DDA, but anything of value above that accumulates above that would come to the city, right? We don't capture every dime that of increased value that goes to the DDA, do we?
So it depends on if a brownfield exists or not. So it depends on what kind of captures are on there. But the DDA would get the whole value of whatever millages that the DDA is allowed to capture. So they would capture the city operating. However, when I did this breakdown, I took into effect captures. So even though you're seeing those increases, I did take captures into a percentage decrease on all of that over the entirety.
Okay, so just want to make sure I'm clear on this. The 6 million increase in taxable value, hypothetically for the Howard, right, would generate, by my accounting, about $75,000 a year in taxes, right?
Yes.
12.5 mils times 6 million. That $75,000 a year annually, would that flow to the city or would it flow to the DDA?
It would go to the DDA.
That was my point.
Yes. It would not come to the city because it's in the DDA district.
Right. And for the rest of your revenue accounting here, you did not include that money.
I have reduced out the captures for everything in the downtown, yes.
Got it, okay.
Yep.
So it's just the baseline tax, not the increment that's in there?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Any other revenue questions before we proceed? Okay. So in the expenditure section, if we want to move on to the next slide. So similarly, you can see the 5-year forecast, and then the final page of the forecast is the more detail of some of those categories of expenditures, if you want some more breakdown for those numbers. The largest expenditure for the city is obviously personnel-related costs. So where you're seeing some fluctuations here is that, we always budget for full staffing, and then if we have vacancies, we budget for full family benefits. So one of the things that has kind of come up year over year is that we seem to save money because of vacancies, and this was discussed at the financial health team. There's a recommendation that perhaps we build in a personnel vacancy factor, which I think might be something worth considering during this budget cycle, just because we tend to see a lot of fluctuation in that area. And then potentially, instead of using family benefits, maybe find something in the middle, because we are seeing a lot of, if there are new hires that are younger, they're maybe still on their parents' plan, because you can be on your parents' insurance a lot longer than you used to be able to. So maybe finding a middle ground between that, so using single perhaps or double, so that we're not overinflating our benefit side of a vacant position as well. Right now, you can see our 26 expectation is higher than 25 actuals, but still below what we had budgeted for in total dollars for salaries and wages. And then moving out to the 27 forecast, we have about 25 vacant positions based on what we have budgeted for 26, and then a couple additions that have been approved throughout the year by council. So we've got a DPW position that's funded by the DDA, and then we've got a couple of police positions also, and social work position also funded by the DDA. So there's also revenue included in the forecast for those things coming into the general fund to fund those positions. And then we've got 2 police dedicated to traffic enforcement. So these are not filled positions at the moment, so that's why you're not seeing them in the 26 expectation. They probably won't be filled until 27 at the earliest. Then we had a little bit of swapping of positions. It was pretty net neutral in police as well. So those are the main changes in personnel. I think, like I said, I think we will try and build in a personnel vacancy factor. I'm not quite sure how that's going to look, but I've already started playing with some numbers and kind of see how that shakes out for us. For 27, all the contracts basically are coming up for renewal except for one, but they still have a wage reopener based on the Siegel wage study. So rather than incorporating anything from the wage study, because those contracts have to negotiate the results of that study, we've just used a 3% COLA for fiscal year 27 across the board because we don't really have any better information because those unions are all going to negotiate something. So we felt like that was probably in the ballpark with those changes to those categories. Retirement, so this includes our closed group retirement required contribution for closed groups in the pension, and then anybody that has a hybrid plan that also includes their retirement or DC contributions. So where you're seeing the increases in the outer years, we based those estimates on the MERS valuation that we received, or the 12/31/24 valuation that we received this summer. That was the last valuation that we had that we contributed to divisions. So when we contribute to divisions, that pulls the required contribution down, but it doesn't help our funding ratio. So we kind of switched course in calendar year 25 and put everything into surplus, except for the little bit that goes to fire. So we won't see the results of how that impacts our required contribution until basically this summer. So the calendar year just ended, but we won't see those results to this summer. So typically we've kind of hedged our bets because we knew that we were getting lower required contributions based on our supplemental contributions. But now we're just using what's in the valuation because we're just going to the surplus. So we'll see how that shakes out because we don't have a year where I can say compare last year's valuation to like what the new valuation says based on what we've done. So it's a little bit of a guess, but it's pretty conservative because those are pretty large increases in the 27 or 28 and 29 years, but then it kind of comes back down for those outer years. MERS is always reviewing their assumptions, so we will see if anything comes out of that. The most recent thing that they said did not impact employers' contributions significantly, so we'll see what the next thing comes up. And because Marnie is coming to the financial health team, we'll have a little bit more insight into that as well this week. Supplemental DB in here, this is just the contribution for the fire division that's kind of passing through the income tax. So the general fund is not committing anything other than the income tax funded portion. And then in that final year, again, that number is reduced because that's the final year. So we're going to hold back reserves, and we're not going to. We think that the amount that's available to be allocated is going to be reduced in those outer years because that's when the income tax ends. Retiree health, so this is kind of a combination of under 65 and over 65. Under 65 follows the active employee premiums increases, and then our over 65 are on a different plan. So kind of not to spill the beans on the next thing, but health insurance, we got a renewal rate of 9.1% this year. So coming up in July 1, that's going to be a 9.1% increase. So that's both for retirees under 65 and for active employees. Humana is our over 65 plan. They are on a calendar year renewal, so we have to kind of play a little bit of a guessing game, but this year was actually January 1 was actually a rate decrease, so you've got kind of a offset there, but also know that retirees were currently absorbing all of the wrap costs. So basically, if they retired with a richer benefit than we currently offer, we are subsidizing that, wrapping that difference in cost, so that there's some volatility there. But we are currently absorbing all of those costs. We don't offer, when we switched to Western Michigan Health, we no longer offer a wrap, or don't need to offer a wrap for active employees, because we don't need to wrap down a higher benefit plan and cover the cost. We're just, we're paying the whole cost of the entire plan. I'll come back to health insurance, but just more for retiree health insurance. We're still pre-funding based on the state of Michigan's requirement. We're still pre-funding at normal cost for police and fire because they are guaranteed health insurance. In retirement, we're still pre-funding that, but only for people that have been hired since 2018. But obviously that number is going to keep growing because we're going to keep hiring people that have this guarantee of retiree health insurance. We still haven't exceeded the 100,000. That's still a pretty generous estimate, but we're starting to creep up a little bit, just to kind of have that on the radar, that maybe in that outer year that could go over that $100,000. We are also talking about retiree health care at the financial health team this week. CBIZ is coming in to talk about OPEB. So health insurance for actives, as I said, we got a 9.1% premium rate increase. In the forecast for 27, this assumes that the city is going to absorb that full cost. In the last year, we did not maintain the hard cap, so council had to approve a waiver to opt out of the hard cap because our premium rates were increasing higher than what the hard cap allowed, but only for a couple of the plans. There's kind of an odd interplay that it's based on single, double family. Well, only some of them increased over the hard cap, so we weren't going to absorb the cost for some groups and pass on costs to another group. So we waived that and absorbed the full cost. So this currently assumes that we're maintaining that assumption of absorbing those costs, but then on all outer years saying that, no, we have to limit ourselves to that hard cap, because the average hard cap has been about a 2.5% increase, which is obviously much less than the 9.1% that we are seeing. So this is sort of a red flag indicator to say that, this is something that we need to discuss in more detail, because we may not be able to absorb these costs. And it's a difficult discussion when we're talking about increases to employees, but then also increasing, their co-share. So that's a conversation that we need to have. Last year, I will say that citywide, not just general fund, but citywide, the cost that we absorbed was like $100,000. My best guess for right now, we're looking at more like $300,000 citywide with the current 9.1% increase. So it's a pretty significant difference. Again, citywide, not just general fund, but know that general fund has most of our payroll expenses. I'm going to stop at personnel before I go on to operating. Anything to discuss about personnel?
Questions?
Operating costs and our operating net indirect costs are two that we typically will just increase by CPI based on what our estimates are. The one thing that you'll see that's kind of maybe a red flag or call your attention is in 25, you'll see that number is significantly larger than our budget or our year-end expectation for operating expenses. Know that the BWL settlement that we had to pay out was all recognized in fiscal year 25. So that $6.5 million net reimbursement that we had to pay out is in that $18 million. So if you back that down, we're kind of right in line with that $12 million operating costs. So that's where that 31% decrease came from. The sidewalk program, so this is one of our areas that we have a couple different programs for sidewalks. We were ARPA funded for quite a few years. But then going forward, we're planning on wrapping up the one hazardous project that's in the works, that's partially ARPA funded, but then for outer years, just going with the CDBG funded kind of year-over-year funding, but no major projects for sidewalks, so that's been kind of lifted out. It's a need, but not necessarily a top priority. Then capital outlay, you'll see in a couple of the years, you'll kind of see the numbers fluctuate. Those are specifically related to drain projects that have been kind of on the list to do. They were budgeted in 25, kind of carried over to 26. They've had some struggles getting those off the ground, so those are still budgeted out for 27 and 28. And then outer years, we've kind of pulled all the capital out. A lot of times we will do projects in the CIP fund that may require funding from the general fund, but that's all been sort of eliminated, so those are kind of conversations to have as they go. Perhaps other funding sources like debt funding have been, discussed last year. Those need to come up, because certainly $50,000 of capital projects is not sustainable or reasonable for the city, the ordinary of aging infrastructure and facilities. Let's see. The only kind of other large thing to note, I would say in the transfers out section, is that typically we've built in a CPI factor to the transfers to Parks and Rec and Seniors Funds as sort of an operating subsidy, but we've left those flat as those are kind of in discussion about funding just in general, so we let those flat rather than increase those out in the outer years. So that's what I have to say about expenditures.
Questions about expenditures? Mr. Whalen?
So on page 14, I see the fund balance continues to go down over the years, and then in 31, it's in the red, and I hate red. So is that because of the income tax in 30? Or is that just we're spending more than we're making?
We're spending more than we're making. So the line in yellow above that is sort of your year-over-year use of fund balance, and then the purple line is the accumulation of that over time. And yeah, we are $2 million, $3 million use of fund balance for operations is what we're seeing. Again, not a crystal ball, just a budgeting tool, but yeah, if nothing changes, that could be what we're facing. Certainly that's why we were having discussions about other funding sources for things like Parks and Rec or for capital improvements, trying to find alternative, that's what the financial health team is looking at, is alternative revenue sources, places where we can have expenditure savings, because we can't maintain operations the way that it's kind of laying out this way.
So that is assuming the loss of the income tax, or that's without the loss of the income tax?
It is assuming the beginning of the reduction of the income tax. If there was one more year, it'd be a bigger reduction. This is a full year of reimbursement for lost property taxes. So there's kind of, like I said, there's 3 different components. So that one's full, but then the public safety and MERS are reduced.
Right, I understand that.
Yeah.
So just for the record, I'm quite concerned.
Yeah.
About that, and I think it's better to be concerned now than wait till 29.
Yeah.
And then be concerned.
Further questions about expenditures?
I have a follow-up on that. I just want to, for the accumulation or the use of fund balance, in 2025, the 6.6, is that just, I think I heard you say this, is that essentially us dipping in to pay out the
Yeah,
lawsuits?
so basically, had we not paid that settlement, we almost would have been flat and even for fiscal year 25.
And then what about the 2 million in 2026?
So that's what we budgeted as an operating deficit, but then we've got some savings on, so then the next column over is kind of where we think that we're gonna be now that we've had 7 months worth of the year, things have changed.
Okay. I was jumping to 2027 in that next column, and it's the next one over. Okay.
I'm just kind of curious from the mayor and Councilmember Meadows. I mean, you saw a couple of these before, the past expenditures. and the revenue and the differences, things like that. When you look at this in our forecast going forward, based on your historical experience, if you will, can you tell me where you're at as far as your temperature is concerned with going forward with what we're looking at right now? I know that's kind of a loaded question, but I'm just curious to see how close we can get to a workable solution in a way that's going to be okay. You know what I mean?
We may not agree, based on past conversations. But from my experience, which is pretty lengthy, is that we often budget for a reduction in the fund balance, and that over the course of the year, things change, projects don't go forward, we get more money than we anticipated. There are various things that happen, and I think pretty recently, I don't know if it was last year or not, I think we budgeted a certain amount and we ended up using 400,000 rather than 4 million, I think, based on something that you said. But also, in terms of this reduction shown, and I have my own questions, I guess, here, but on fiscal year 2025, if that includes the payment with regard to the franchise fee, what we had done is we had parked $5.5 million of ARPA funds into the fund balance. And we utilized that money to pay back, I guess, the money that we were ordered or we settled on in the settlement of the franchise fee litigation. Am I right on that? Was it 5.5 in there?
Yeah, I would phrase it differently, but yeah.
Yeah, so it, when we look at 6.638 there, think about what we were doing during that time period. And yeah, we had, even when we were negotiating the settlement of that litigation, we were assuming we were using that money to make the payment. In
But
future
those are
years.
still one-time dollars, though, right?
Those were one-time dollars.
Yeah.
But we had them parked in the fund balance. So our fund balance was actually at about 16 million, not, 21 or whatever it was at that time. And so when you look at the reduction in fund balance, every budget is a guess, for what it's worth. With our current CEO, it's not much of a guess because she really can put some numbers together. But I think that the experience shows that we get a balanced budget by using fund balance when we pass our budget, and that by the end of the year we have a better feel for it because things change, always change. I've never been involved with a budget that turned out to be exactly the same at the end of the year. And sometimes it's more money for one reason or another, but generally speaking, usually it's a lot less than we've actually budgeted from fund balance at the beginning of the year.
Councilmember Singh, did you have?
I said my piece.
Okay. I would like to ask the city manager to comment on the Mayor Pro Tem's question.
Comment on whose question?
The Mayor Pro Tem's question.
Mayor Pro Tem. So budgeting's an art and not an exact science. 2025, I think, had been explained previously and then shared more recently at the February 12th Financial Health Review Committee. We had vacancies, predominantly in public safety or police department, that saved around $760,000. And so if we adopt what Audrey shared with you tonight, a vacancy factor, we're going to be a lot closer in our expenditures tying out with our revenues or the potential use of equity to balance the general fund. The other thing we deferred and something we haven't finalized was capital. We had over about 1.9 million reduction in capital in 25. So yes, we anticipated, about $4.5 million, the use of fund balance, but then only used about $500,000. We had more revenue come in through grants, through the income tax, through interest income, and then we had those reductions in vacancies, and then the deferment of capital. So I'm currently having conversations with Justin DeWicki about bringing, probably at the March discussion only, bonding out for some capital improvements to City Hall, to Hannah, and to the fire station that will then have a debt service payment that we don't have currently reflected in the general fund. And so there will be coming closer, and that was my concern, that we're going to come closer to where we are going to realize use of fund balance if the police department staffs up the way it does, or even with a vacancy factor, we're going to be a lot closer as drawing down our reserves. And that's the reason why council, back in August of last year, approved going on to the November ballot to try to find some operating revenue for Parks and Rec, because they are wholly or majority dependent on the city's general fund to cover the costs of their programs.
So if I can ask a question about our percentage. You know, we do have a policy of having a certain percentage of our budget be reflected in the reserves, and I'm forgetting what that is, but maybe you can state it, or
I'll defer to Audrey specifically what our policy is.
Everybody's turning around there.
I believe it's 10 to 15%.
15%.
Yeah.
So 15% of the budget is what we target to keep in there. If we use money above that, then, you know, that's sort of an expected use of the reserves. What we're projecting here is that a much larger use of reserves over a period of time, and an inability to maintain our 15%, which is, I think, a pretty normal percentage that is accepted for most communities with a reserve. And so we need to pay attention to that. So.
You can true or false this. Part of the reason why that balance is, that 15% is important, because it affects our bond rating and credit rating as a community. So if something catastrophic were to happen, the amount of money we would have access to support. So that 15% in revenue, in reserves is critical. So it's like, this is why what can we cut? What can we figure out as a community for new revenue to bring in? And then how do we stay as close to that 15% so we're prepared for a rainy day?
True.
Do you have a follow-up question, Mr. Grace?
No, I appreciate everyone giving me getting me up to speed with how that's going to be working out.
Yes.
I really amplify the concern with the bond rating issue. And that is a concern, and I also appreciate the conservative approach to this, because we really don't want to get caught in the bind that we could be. So I also appreciate the amount of work that you put into this, and for the city manager, the amount of work you put into this, I really appreciate that. I think I've voiced my concerns, so I really appreciate what we will do here in the future.
So I have a couple of questions. So I think in the past we've asked this question, it's a little hard to pin down, but at what level of reserves do the credit rating agencies start to raise concerns? Is it the 50%? Is it staying within our policy? Do we have an educated guess?
That when credit rating agencies start expressing concerns?
Correct.
They express concerns every time you use your fund balance to balance your budget, and it's actually consumed. They start asking the question of, what are you going to do to stop relying on fund balance and bringing your expenditures in line with your revenues?
Okay, so it's not a threshold that they look at?
It's the, where are you at with your policy, but anytime you start using it, they start asking more and more questions as to, is this a one-time event, or is this going to be perpetuated by the loss of, or the lack of revenue over expenditures?
So we are potentially drawing attention to ourselves right now, correct? Because we're consuming fund balance.
Yeah.
I want to echo 2 points that I think the city manager made. One is vacancies. We're covering up our deficit with vacancies, which is not sustainable in the long run because we have to meet the needs of our residents who are asking for things like policing and various other things. And if we don't meet those needs, then we're not going to have happy residents. And if we're going to meet those needs, then we're going to consume fund balance. The other thing is we can't delay infrastructure because we build up debt, infrastructure debt. And so we have to spend money on infrastructure. And to that point, I'm looking at your expenditures slide, the one that's up here now. And the capital outlay for fiscal 26, capital outlay was 1.7 million. But the fiscal 26 expectation is only 480,000. Is that difference because we deferred capital projects?
Yes, but not because of not being able to afford it. It's the drain project that we couldn't quite get going, I think due to contractor issues. So it wasn't like we did in 25 where we said, no, we're not going to send those funds to the CIP to do those particular projects. This is sort of a different situation.
So it's going to show up later?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
But we did defer
We did.
some capital, and where does that show up?
It doesn't, because that's where the conversation about bonding, I think, is going to come into play.
Okay. So basically, we can expect to have to make bond payments to cover infrastructure investments. Do we have ballpark what those bond payments are going to be?
The bond payments are going to be dependent on what we bond out for. So we used to cash flow all of our capital investments, which is not a good idea when capital investments last 20 years. You should spread those costs over 20 years to make it much more manageable and not absorb those large investments annually through your budgeting process. So depends on what's on the list, and that'll be the discussion we have at the March discussion-only meeting is here are some of the items that need to be invested in those 3 locations I previously mentioned. Here are the estimated dollars, and then what the likelihood of the annual debt service on those investments.
Is there a rubric that says you have to reinvest in your infrastructure at a certain rate over time in order to avoid falling behind?
Well, the private sector, a lot of times trying to think of the line item that they put in their annual budget is to replenish investment, and I can't think of it off the top of my head, but for public sector, you should always be through general maintenance and the capital improvement plan expecting to look at things that have met useful life and plan for those replacements or that improvement. And then again, annual maintenance is very key.
Right, so those amounts, to the extent we can forecast what those amounts, it'd be good to know what those are, ballpark. When I came to my own assessment of how big our structural deficit was, I estimated 4.2 million, and one of those components was an estimated $500,000 a year for bond payments. And I picked that a little bit out of the air, but I don't think that's completely arbitrary. I think over 10 or 20 or 30 years. You may pick and choose from year to year, but on average, I don't think that's necessarily that far off unless somebody wants to tell me that it's completely crazy.
No, I mean, if you go to your CIP plan that spells out at least the next 5 years what departments anticipate will be needed in various projects that they've identified.
Anything further on the budget?
Just a question. I'll just note, we've gone through a number of economic downturns while I've been on council, and not because of me, I hope, but those downturns, generally speaking, we've relied on a reduction in personnel either through attrition in the early 2000s in particular, and then, of course, most recently in 2008, I think we stopped hiring basically in order to deal with it, because the largest percentage of our budget is personnel cost, correct?
Yep.
And so we have to, we have a number of open positions here that we need to build back up, and that's an expensive proposition. So we should be also anticipating that. And I just want to mention, we may not have, a recommendation on how soon you replace, particular infrastructure, but I know that it wasn't that recent, probably during our first term together anyway, in 2015 or 2016, that we were replacing 100-year-old sewers that were over in a certain area of our community. So the CIP is designed to give us a guidance on an annual basis as to what we ought to have in our infrastructure program and an anticipation of what we're going to have in the future. And that's why it's statutorily required. So.
I just, because of the topic of infrastructure, I just want to remind folks that, we had a Parks and Rec millage from 95 to 2015, thereabouts. And because we were building, that is infrastructure. But then it sunset, and we no longer had income to help care for that infrastructure. So I just want to put that on the table, that is also a consideration. And then secondly, on the bond rating piece, we have asked bond counsel in the past, or we've had a formalized opinion on when that really triggers, a downturn in either your credit rating, et cetera. So that exists somewhere from last year or 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, we get a report from Standard & Poor's that tells us our bond rating, and it's not just one item. There's several factors that go into that. And we probably could locate that last communication from Standard & Poor's. Typically, it comes around the time we go out for debt, and but they do annual reviews.
Any further comments or questions about the budget? I just want to echo that the financial health team meets Thursday at 5, I think, in this room.
I think upstairs.
Upstairs, but
Yep.
Thursday at 5.
Correct.
And you'll be hearing from MERS and...
MERS and CBIZ, who is our OPEB actuary.
Okay, great. So if people want to follow these issues, that would be a great place to get some more information. Is there anything else we need to know?
Just within the budget presentation, I also included a timeline, just so you can kind of see
Yep.
what the next couple of meetings are, but feel free to peruse that at your own leisure.
Well, thank you for kicking off the budget cycle. It ain't pretty, but we appreciate all the attention to detail and clear explanations. Thank
Absolutely.
you. Does anybody need a break? No? Okay, all right. So that concludes item 3.1, and we are now on to the consent agenda. Mr. Bellman.
On tonight's consent agenda, 4.1 is approve the following appointments to boards or commissions. First one is Brianna Egan to the Transportation Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2028. Second one is Heather Pope to the Local Development Finance Authority, LDFA, for a partial term ending June 30th, 2028. 4.2 is approve a street closure request for the southbound lane on West Road for the Ronald McDonald Run Walk on Sunday, April 19th, 2026, from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. 4.3 is approve a street closure request for the Ism Run Walk Roll on Bogue Street from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. Sunday, April 26, 2026. 4.4 is approve a conditional Class 4 rental license for an occupancy of up to 4 unrelated persons or a family at 235 Hillcrest Avenue, with the condition that the rental license cannot be issued until the property passes the all trades inspection and all permits related to the renovations and finalized by city inspectors. The owner of record is Hagen Group LLC. The legal representative is Hagen Realty, Inc., East Lansing, Michigan. 4.5 is approve a request to add 2 full-time equivalent downtown police officer positions to the East Lansing Police Department, funded by the Downtown Development Authority, and approve a related budget amendment and authorize the chief financial officer to modify appropriations accordingly. 4.6 is approve a public hearing to be set for March 17, 2026, in accordance with ordinance number 1206 for property owners in the fiscal year 26 hazardous sidewalk project area to contest the need for sidewalk repairs. 4.7 is approve an address correction in the approval motion from the February 3rd, 2026 for a special use a special use request from Sheets, Inc. at 111 East Saginaw Road. 4.8 is approve a contract for Great Lakes Furniture in the amount of $27,382 for furniture for the clerk's office. Authorize the city manager to sign and approve related budget amendment. 4.9 is approve of scheduling a public hearing for March 3rd, 2026 to receive comments regarding proposed ordinance 1556, an amendment to section 50-147 to require the finished side of a fence to face away from the property. And 4.10, approve a contract extension with Advanced Video Professionals, Inc. for a 3-year term at an all-inclusive annual rate of $157,315 and authorize the city manager to sign.
Okay, thank you. Would any council member like any items removed from the consent agenda?
Yes, I would like the hiring and budget amendment for the 2 FTE, the 2 cops for the being paid by the DDA to be added to the business agenda.
So that's item 4.5, is that correct? Just to be sure?
I started scrolling down the memo.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so 4.5 will be added to the end of the business agenda. Any other removals from the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended? Turn on your mic. Mike.
I don't think we're amending except through the motion, right?
We just amended it.
Okay. So
So
I
the-
move the adoption of the consent agenda minus item number 4.5, which is moved to the business agenda.
Right, moved by Meadows.
Second.
Second by Whalen. Any discussion of the consent agenda? I have just 2 minor comments. One is that one of the reasons I love East Lansing is that people watch these meetings and they catch errors in our motions. And that's how we got item 4.7. So I want to thank the viewer who wrote in to alert us to an error in our motion 2 meetings ago. And then also I want to thank Advanced Video Professionals for their work televising these meetings and the Planning Commission meetings. They do a great job. And we couldn't do this public work without them. Okay, the motion is on approving the consent agenda as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. The consent agenda is approved. Business agenda, item 5.1, introduce and refer to the Planning Commission ordinance 1559, which would amend section 50-94 of the zoning ordinance, which defines a diverse housing requirement in downtown East Lansing. The amendment would allow for a fee to be paid in lieu of meeting the requirement, define a formula for that fee, and allow for the transfer of diverse housing credits from areas outside of downtown. We have our principal planner, Landon Bartley, and we have our community economic development director, Heather Pope. And we have a broader cast.
Excuse me.
Please.
Thank you, Mayor. Landon Bartley, your principal planner. I have Rod Taylor with Mayor Costerison with me, and Heather Pope, Community and Economic Development Director. This is the introduction and referral step for an ordinance to amend The zoning code, as you know, the process for zoning ordinance amendments is to introduce and refer those at the city council's level to the planning commission, who would then hold a public hearing, then have a vote to recommend action by city council. Council then schedules their own public hearing, then hosts the public hearing, and then votes after that public hearing. So the ordinance before you today, ordinance 1559, is requested to be introduced and referred to the planning commission. This ordinance is a two-part zoning ordinance amendment to do with the diverse housing requirement in downtown East Lansing. The two parts are essentially to provide a transfer mechanism to transfer diverse housing credits from areas outside of that diverse housing requirement area, and also to establish a fee in lieu of providing diverse housing units on site. This ordinance was brought at the request of council following interest from a developer who had proposed a fee in lieu alternative to the diverse housing requirement. A representative of that developer spoke earlier tonight. Briefly, the proposed ordinance would amend the zoning ordinance where diverse housing is required. So that's generally within the B3 zone district, the downtown zone district, for special uses where multiple family residential is proposed. So the ordinance does this in two ways, essentially amending the ordinance. Again, it allows for transfer of credits from outside of the diverse housing area, which is not currently permitted, and it provides for a fee in lieu of providing the diverse housing units on site. So I'd like to briefly describe both and then turn it over to other staff as well. For the transfer, what we've proposed is that currently there is a mechanism to allow the transfer of credits essentially on a one-to-one basis of a credit per unit within the downtown diverse housing area if a project that's being constructed is going to exceed that diverse housing requirement. So I've used the example of a 100-unit development that has 25% of the current requirement is 25% of those units be diverse housing. If that developer then proposes 50 units instead of 25 that's required, they could then transfer those 25 units that exceed the requirement to a different project within the downtown district, within that diverse housing area, to then help that project meet its requirement. So what we propose in this ordinance is to allow the transfer from other areas, not just the diverse housing requirement area downtown, but also specifically the B2 zone district, or I should say properties zoned B2 elsewhere in the city, and also properties zoned EV, East Village zoning. We believe that expands the area to provide many other opportunities for potential multifamily residential development in association with the business district, and in areas that could probably handle additional density. So we felt that it could be appropriate. There had been a comment that had been made at an earlier council meeting. I mentioned that we've discussed this at some length. Planning Commission discussed these items and concepts for 3 meetings last year, and then suggested recommendations to council after that. There was a council suggestion about some concern about a transfer from areas outside of the downtown, as could that potentially be incentivizing essentially sprawling development on the outskirts of town versus in more dense, already compact areas that might be able to handle the denser development better. So in response to that, we proposed essentially saying that if you're going to transfer credits from outside of the B3 district from the B2 or EV districts into the B3 district, then we then cut the sort of value of the credits by some amount. This is a starting point. What I propose in this draft ordinance is 2 to 1, so that essentially 2 units built outside of the district would equate to 1 inside. I've talked to several developers since we sent out this draft ordinance language last week, and have heard that 2 to 1 would be very difficult. And I think you've seen that in letters that were received, and might hear that or have heard that from comments as well. So we think that the 2 to 1 ratio may be massaged. We could look at a different ratio, 1.5 to 1 or 1.2 to 1. So let's say 1.2 to 1, what would that mean? That every 5 units would then count for 4 credits. So you'd essentially be still changing the value of projects or of credits being transferred in from outside of downtown, to essentially incentivize or disincentivize development outside of downtown, if possible. Now, I guess I'm just going to leave it right there. Before I go on to talk about fee and lieu, I'd love to answer any questions about the transfer mechanism that's proposed by this ordinance. Are there any questions?
About the transfer mechanism?
Okay.
Well, all we're going to be doing tonight is sending it to Planning Commission, right? Are we planning on making any changes to the proposal? It's a question that I have.
Well, I have a couple of questions just about the research that has been done. I mean, even Landon, when you just articulated kind of the transfer piece and how that's evolved through discussion, I would say to you tonight, what you've learned from that discussion, what additional tools or research do you need to work with the Planning Commission to finalize a recommendation back to council?
I mean, I think the Planning Commission needs to understand the ramifications of these potential changes. And our research has been doing that. Comments from developers have been doing that, and a lot of discussion have been doing that. I don't know if additional time is needed for more research, more data collection. I think that would be helpful. We certainly have taken time, but also this is a first look. I think over the course of the Planning Commission's review and vote, which would take at least 4 weeks, probably longer, we'll have some time for discussion and more research. Beyond that, I'm not.
I'm just, because essentially you're conceding that what's before us isn't the right level. The 2-to-1 still not going to really incent building.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard from developers that it would be very difficult to meet this requirement. And so I'm certainly open to different numbers and to understanding how those would work. I'm not sure what the right number is. It sounds like 2-to-1 might be very difficult. So I'd be interested to explore ways or other numbers, other ratios, and see how that would work with developers. Or not even have a ratio. You could always change it. Or conversely, too, I think you could increase the value of units downtown and have a 1-to-1 ratio outside of downtown, but make a unit downtown worth more. It would just change the equation a bit.
Yeah. I'm interested, I maybe have a strange perspective. Like, I understand our downtown is our downtown and a big source of community space as well. And, for our concerts, for, al fresco, et cetera. But at the same time, our strip of Grand River also, it's just a matter of time, that there's going to be growth and more density along Grand River, whether it's in our lifetime or the next. I think we'll see how the economy does, but. So I don't know. I mean, but there was the Planning Commission felt strongly that they wanted to keep density a priority downtown.
I would say that the Planning Commission, they were discussing at the same time that they were adopting the comprehensive plan. And that was one of the principles that was sort of running throughout the comprehensive plan is we have a need for density, especially residential density. Where is it most appropriate? And we're hearing from neighborhoods, it's not appropriate necessarily within our neighborhoods. We want to make sure they're within the business districts or in sort of denser areas right now without densifying our existing neighborhoods.
Yep.
So I think that was what the Planning Commission was responding to more.
Okay, I only have additional questions. I mean, I'm comfortable with the recommendation to kick this to Planning Commission, but I think for our accounting firm and the research that was done on existing development, I have questions there, but.
Since we're talking about the transfer mechanism right now, so I had one question. So if you transfer credits from a project in the downtown, you're transferring the excess credits.
Correct.
Right. But if you're transferring credits from an area outside of the downtown where the diverse housing requirement doesn't apply, then you're transferring any credits. Is that correct?
How we have the ordinance drafted right now would be still excess. If this project were required to meet the diverse housing requirement, what would that requirement be? And those units on top would be transferred. After conversations with developers, I think it could be worth considering all the units and how those could be transferred and not taking out those 25% requirement, since the requirement does not apply outside of downtown.
Yep. Any other question about the transfer for now? Okay, please forge ahead.
Okay, thank you. As far as fee in lieu, again, this was also originally proposed by a developer to help with their project. I should just mention, this ordinance would apply to any project that's proposed downtown that would be subject to this requirement, so, but including the developer's project. This proposed fee in lieu would essentially be a fee in lieu of providing the diverse housing units on site. And so how exactly that fee is calculated is why we called the experts in and tried to understand how could different formulas from different cities work in East Lansing. And specifically, we looked at Ann Arbor's formula. The Ann Arbor's formula focuses on an affordability gap, essentially, which is the difference between the average sales price for a house, a single-family house, and the area median income of a hypothetical family. And the difference between the area median income of that family and the cost of the house is the affordability gap. So we then take the affordability gap, and I'm going to have the accountant explain the math and how that translates into the per square foot fee that's proposed at this point with this first draft of this ordinance. I do, of course, want to mention we've had some comments about has this ordinance been rolled back in Ann Arbor? The ordinance is in effect in Ann Arbor. It applies to PUDs, planned unit developments, which we don't have an analog for here. It applies in more limited circumstances. They have a different requirement for affordable housing than we do. The AMI, the area median income in Ann Arbor, is different from that in Lansing. The housing costs are different from that East Lansing, excuse me. So the threshold's going to be different, and the math is going to be different. But we wanted to take a look at another community in the state, another Big Ten college community, that has implemented something like this within the state legal framework, and understand how could this work in East Lansing. What would the impacts be on potential projects? What would the impacts have been on other projects inside or outside of the downtown, the diverse housing district? Want to understand how would a fee in lieu have affected those properties in particular, because those would be similar to projects that we might see this applied for. So with that, let's see. I also wanted to mention we handed out some hard copies at the top of this item. Our city attorney added some language to the draft ordinance just to allow for a review process of the fee. So if there's a developer that wants to question the fee, that allows for a process to do so. We intend to republish this item with that language tomorrow morning. And nothing about the proposed fee or transfer mechanism or requirement is modified by that late language change. So again, this point of this equation, the ordinance is a first look. And the next step, if introduced tonight, would be to turn this over to the Planning Commission for a public hearing. At this point, I'd like to answer questions, but then turn it over to our city attorney for comments, his remarks about the ordinance and legal ramifications.
Questions for Landon on any matters? Mr. Whalen, did you have a hand up? Yeah.
I've got a few. So I appreciate the fact that we looked at Ann Arbor, but we are really different than Ann Arbor, right? So they've got a completely different downtown than we do. Number one, there's cranes everywhere. I just went to the doctor down there, and to get around is incredible because of the amount of building down there. Can you explain? So in my research, I found an article saying in December of '23, it seemed like it said they abandoned the diverse housing component to their ordinance. But now I understand there's something different they put in. So, and again, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to look at this tonight, so I'm not going to be able to refer to this. But, so was there an ordinance that was repealed in December of '23 in Ann Arbor?
My understanding is that the ordinance was changed and what it applied to changed. My understanding is that it didn't go away, but it still applies in limited circumstances. Beyond that, I'd have trouble explaining.
Yeah, that's just what I read. They said it wasn't working for them, and they abandoned some of this. But then I'm sorry, I think I see a hand there.
Please, Mr. Jopik, if you
Please.
can address that
This
question.
is partly a legal question, and it also has to do with what another city has done or not done with its ordinance. And ordinance is obviously law. So taking a look, we saw that article that was referenced, looked at the ordinance and looked back at the amendments at the time, and it did not appear that the amendments made to the Ann Arbor ordinance at that time removed the requirement. They made some adjustments to certain aspects of the ordinance, but it is still on the books as far as we can see. It still has a fee in lieu provision in the ordinance. It's still, the affordable housing aspects of the ordinance still exist on the books in Ann Arbor, and it does apply as indicated to PUDs in the city of Ann Arbor. PUDs are planned unit developments. They're related to an SUP, a special use permit application process here, where it has to come to city council. You hold public hearings and it's a discretionary decision, and based on specific conditions that enable you to do special things with your property that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do. Planned unit developments are a close relative of that, essentially falling under the same area of the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act. So there are some connections between the two, and you're absolutely right. The two cities are different. There are differences in a number of aspects of what's going on in the cities and how their ordinances work. But as far as we can see, those provisions are still in the Ann Arbor City Ordinance, and that includes there was an ordinance referenced in the article that was addressed by their city council at that time, and it did not eliminate their requirements in this regard, or at least we did not see that in there. And that information just came out recently from a communication that was received in the last few days, so obviously we haven't been able to drill all the way down on that, but from what we're seeing right now, it doesn't look like there were substantive changes in terms of what we're looking at to look to another community that has done this before.
Thank you. I appreciate that information.
Yes.
And again, my lay attempts, I'm just trying to pull together as much as I can. Again, they're completely different towns. We have not been building, they have been building. Both universities are growing, and I think our demand of student housing is continuing to grow. And Lansing and Meridian Township have responded significantly to that growth, and I don't know that we have. I think our intentions were good for a lot of these ordinances. I'm not sure that the consequences have been what we wanted. So when we're talking about the amount of money, I know so the fee in lieu sounds like it may be where we're going to possibly go with this. Any fees we're putting on top of that, I know, well, good intended, that's also going to raise the rents of the people that live in these apartments, right? So that potentially makes our gaps even bigger, having people pay more rents in those apartments. So that is a concern to me. I think the $170, was it 170, 175? That seems really extreme to me. So I do encourage Planning Commission to look at maybe a bit more reasonable situation. I know that that's based on 50%, which I'm not quite sure I understand that. Can we change that percentage higher to make it more reasonable for the developers? And again, we are working for the people of East Lansing. And anyway, so then the last point is, we saw with the rental licenses and the rental ordinance change, the city pulled in a lot of the stakeholders in that. Is there room for more collaboration with some of the stakeholders for, I hadn't even heard about the property on Michigan Avenue that's a potential. Tonight's the first time I had heard of that, and somehow I missed that. Is there available time to have that dialogue with the people that are stakeholders? That was about 10 questions, I'm sorry, but
I think, if I may, for the income question and the numbers question, we should defer that to the accountant, and we still have discussion about that. As far as Michigan Street, we haven't received a permit yet.
Okay.
But I guess I'm just, as far as time goes, I think that's up to council and planning commission to some extent. We have been in discussions. If you think that there should be more time for more community vetting of this, we can certainly do that. But as it is right now, that opportunity would be essentially the planning commission and city council's public hearings.
Correct, I understand that. I just, I'm excited about reasonable growth and responsible growth. And if our plan here shuts that down, that would be a disappointment. And that's not saying that my goal is to have any certain property. I just want to make sure that we are a receptive community to responsible growth. And I guess I've said my piece.
Any other questions at this point? I know we have more of a presentation, so why don't you go ahead and proceed, please?
So just want to add some additional
more, Steve.
background. So,
Yes, I had.
Mr. Jopik, please.
Additional areas from the legal side, if that's okay. Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to, talk to council a little bit about this draft ordinance. I know it's here for introduction only at this point, but I think it's worthwhile to expand a little bit. I talked a little bit about the law and its application here relative to what another city is doing, but it begs the question, why are we even looking at another city and what they're doing in Michigan, and why is it Ann Arbor as opposed to another city, another college town, or any other city in the state? Well, that's because we're not aware of any other cities, at least at this point, that do a fee in lieu, and I'm just talking about the fee in lieu at this point in time. So that's, in Michigan, looking there is really our only option at this point. If we find some other options to look at that we don't know about yet, and further research might turn them up, we will. But that begs the second question of why not look at other cities and other states that have payment of fees in lieu of affordable housing requirements. I think we have. I think that that's been part of what the city staff has looked into here and considered, but with a bit of caution. And I know the developers have provided information of what's going on in other states as well. Again, a bit of caution about that. Important to look at it, but a bit of caution because every state is different in how it handles zoning. We have in Michigan a Michigan Zoning Enabling Act and a Michigan Planning Enabling Act, and they govern what you do here with the land use and zoning decisions and the Planning Commission and so forth. We're probably on the more restrictive level of state regulations in terms of what we can do for zoning. One example is we can't do impact fees in Michigan. In other states, they can require developers to pay impact fees. So another thing here is we're required under the case law to take a careful look at making sure you have a basis for the decisions that are made in terms of this fee in lieu and these regulations in general. And what is that basis? Is it reasonable? Is it rational? Is it based on criteria? And that's why when setting a fee, we have case law in Michigan that talks about to comply with the Constitution and so forth. It has to have this basis. You have to look into, is it proportional? Is it reasonable? Does it have some backing? Is it arbitrary? If it's arbitrary, it's going to be an issue. And I know there was an original proposal of just doing a flat fee. I do have some concerns about a flat fee just being determined arbitrarily. Having a basis for it and what its foundation is and how you come to that number. In other words, a formula that relates to what you're trying to accomplish in your ordinance, I think is pretty important from the legal side. And so that's why you're seeing this information about an affordability gap formula. I've provided you information on other formulas that are used in other states, choosing this formula is appears to be the one that seems to fit best in the state of Michigan. So that's, I want to give that background to you as how we landed here with that sort of a formula and that sort of affordability gap terminology, and how we got to where we are at this point. Doesn't mean that things can't happen to adjust it as you go through your legislative process of reviewing and deciding this along with the Planning Commission, which is what you're discussing. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Heather Pope here, I think, who had the next, unless you have any questions for me.
Hard copy ordinance that you passed out. If I'm right, there's only one change, which is in paragraph Roman 6 on page 5. That's the
Yes.
appeal. Everything else is the same as what's online.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Yes, and that was intended to get into the copy in the packet. It was a miss on my part in getting the correct version over to you. So I apologize for that it didn't get the correct version in the packet. It is this provision that you mentioned, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. And then one other question about the idea that defining the area that you could transfer credits in. One of the zoning areas is the EV zoning, which is the East Village, but it also limits the DDA area west of Collingwood. Is any part of the EV west of Collingwood? Yes. So.
Oh, west, sorry.
So then the EV shouldn't even be in there because it's west of Collingwood. Right, and I'm saying that projects which exceed diverse housing and are on properties located outside the DDA area west of Collingwood Drive, which does not include any of the EV zone.
I see. This is a grammatical issue. The modifier, I guess, of west of Collingwood Drive is meant to be of the diverse housing area is the DDA area west of Collingwood Drive. So projects outside of that area.
All right.
I see the issue, and we can address that
thank you.
language. Thank you.
Okay. Forge ahead, please.
So as Landon, the city attorney, stated, a review of the fee in lieu structure, including an assessment of the potential scale of a payment by applying Ann Arbor's gap affordability methodology. And so for this exercise, we engaged with Mayor Custarian to apply Ann Arbor's methodology to 3 past projects. And these were for illustrative examples only. And so we used 233 Abbott, which is the Abbott, 205 East Grand River, which is the landmark, and 918 East Grand River, the hub. And in doing so, we not only applied the 50% area median income, we also used 60% and 80%. And so you'll see in the document, there is a table that outlines those different levels. This analysis is intended to help with future policy decisions and illustrate how a fee in lieu may look in East Lansing.
Thank you. Good evening. So as has been stated, the payment in lieu is really just a method to allow a developer to utilize a different methodology to meet the 25% requirement for affordable housing. So instead of implementing the 25% as required by current statute, it allowed them to pay a payment to the city that would go into a separate fund within the side of the city. And so just as an illustrative example, if you had 100 units that were required, 25 of those obviously would be required to be affordable housing under the current statute. This proposal and using the Ann Arbor methodology related to affordability would allow them to pay for 25 of those units a fee back to the city. As opposed to. So those 25 units could be market rate just like the other 75. So all 100 units would be a market rate within that development. And so what I want to do is just kind of walk you through the methodology that Ann Arbor uses to come up with this affordability gaps structure. And in the simplest form, there's really 4 components to it. The first one is figuring out what the market price is for a home in East Lansing. So looking at homes that are less than 2,000 square feet, sold in 2005, what is the average square foot cost for those homes? The next component is what is an affordable home price? So looking at somebody that has a 3-person household, and our base analysis looked at 50% of the average median income, the AMI, what is the most affordable house that they could afford? And then by taking that market price, subtracting how much a person at a low to moderate income can afford, that gives us our affordability gap. And ultimately, that number then is able to be applied to the ratio, so the 25% going forward. So that's in the simplest form. So I'll just walk through a little bit more in depth. There's a lot of numbers here, but if you look on page 14 of the report that we provided, it kind of walks through the numbers that I'm going to describe here. And so the first one, again, is market price. So what is the market price? This is looking at homes sold in 2025 in East Lansing. So there's 184 homes that were sold in 2025, less than 2,000 square feet. What is their median price per square foot? And then what is the median home size? And so by taking the median price per square foot and the medium size, we get to a East Lansing market price of just over $300,000, so $300,330. So that again is the market price for a home in East Lansing based on that formula. The next component is to look at the affordability component. And so this looks at data from HUD, so it looks at the 2025 data related to AMI. And so in our first analysis, we looked at 50%. So again, this is a 3-person household. And what that shows is that somebody making less than $45,000 would be at that threshold. And so if you're making less than $45,000, HUD also looks and says that from an affordability standpoint, they should not be spending any more than 30% of their income on housing-related costs. So that gives us an amount of $13,600. So that's the most that somebody should be spending on their related to their income of $45,000 on housing needs. We also then take and look at, because there's other factor that goes into housing needs other than just the cost of housing, and that includes taxes and insurance. And so we backed out East Lansing's tax rate. So in East Lansing Public Schools, that's just over 49 mills in total for a PRE home, and then we used an amount of $2,000. And so by subtracting that out, we're able to identify the maximum amount somebody could afford. So they can afford $9,000 a year in payments associated with the new home. That information was then able to extract out and say, well, how much is the actual home value that they can afford? Which in this case, it shows that somebody can afford a home up to $60,000. So now we've got two numbers, right? We've got a market price, what is the cost for a home in East Lansing, and then we have a number that is what is somebody that has a income of the 50% of the AMI, how much can they afford, which is $60,000. So by subtracting the market amount and how much an individual can afford, we get the gap. So we take the $30,000 minus the $60,000, we get $240,000. So now that's the gap. Now we've identified the gap that we're going to be able to use for the illustrative analysis related to the 3 properties that the city had previously developed. And by taking that gap and dividing it by the median home size in the city, we get the amount of $170 that has been talked about thus far. Again, that's just one number, so that's based upon 50%. And I'm going to go through and I'll talk about other alternatives in a second. But by taking that 50%, and now we're able to take the 3 developments that occurred in the past in the city, look at each of those units' average unit size, look at how many affordable units was required, and we times that times the 170. That gives us the amount of payment that if those developments had this ordinance as an option at the time, and they chose to use this method, how much they would have to pay as opposed to doing the affordable housing, how much they would have to pay to do all market rate housing. And so, for example, the property at the Abbott, that's almost $6 million. The property, the landmark property, that's about $7 million. And then the hub is about $8 million. But that's just one way that this can be calculated. And so as is illustrated, we've used the AMI at 50%. If you were to increase that to 60% or 80%, instead of being $170, it goes down to $143 at 60%, or it goes down to $87 at 80%. And so by making those adjustments, those policy adjustments, which you can choose how you implement this, would impact potentially the payment that the developer would have to make if they chose to utilize this method to meet the city's zoning requirements. Now, there are a couple things to keep in mind. The Ann Arbor policy, as it's currently on their codified ordinances, their charter, does require them to update the map every single year. And so there are some variables that would impact that just be aware of. So we've already mentioned the AMI. So for example, as the percentage of the AMI increases, the gap decreases. Insurance, I mentioned, is something we roll out. That we use a number of 2,000. If we adjust that number at all, if that number is higher or lower, for example, for apartments, that would, if you lower that number, the gap goes down as well. The mills, you had a presentation from the assessor previously. You have Headley rollbacks. Millages change over time. This is not just East Lansing's millage, but it's all taxing units. So if those millages decrease, the gap also decreases. And then interest rates. When I did this analysis last week, interest rates that we used were at 6.22. I looked today, I think it was 6.02%. So as a policy, the city would want to pick a date and time and use that date going forward, because obviously that could be a variable through the year. And the other question would be is the Ann Arbor analysis uses single-family homes as a comparison, and there may be some option to maybe look at other things like rental housing costs. So you're doing more of an apples-to-apples comparison, but that's a little bit harder. The nice thing about the East Lansing home sales is, as the city attorney pointed out, it's something concrete. It's not arbitrary. It's good data. You can point to it and you can rely on the data, versus other methods may be a little bit more guessing in terms of the exact number. So there's a little bit more risk involved in those. So I threw a lot of numbers at you. I apologize, but hopefully that gives you a high-end overview, and I'd be glad to answer any more specific questions.
Questions concerning those computations?
Sure. Well, I guess this is, well, let me start like big picture. You know, I wanted to see this on the agenda tonight because I think it's really important for our community. Not only is it a national housing crisis, a state housing crisis, it's a community housing crisis as well. And because of the uniqueness of our college town, we have an availability to figure out how to best incent with the right community benefits. Okay, so I want to just state that clearly and as soundly as I can. I think the part that I've struggled with in looking at your memo is, and I understand that this is what you were given to produce, is, you know, looking at the Ann Arbor, looking to, you know, ordinances to generate, you know, a formula based on this community. However, you just said that you didn't do the rental market. This is housing costs, and there, if we did the rental market, it'd be more apples to apples. So that's what I'm in part struggling with, knowing that at least in our pipeline of potential projects, they're mainly gonna be rentals that are available. And like I'm a generalist up here, so I do not pretend to be a housing expert. But you know, I'm just looking at this Housing Solutions Lab, just for the folks in the audience. The Ford Foundation and Kresge and MacArthur all helped fund some of the work that contributed to this. And you know, some of the scenarios says when you're talking rentals, it's usually 60 to 80 of AMI, and so like focusing in and bringing in the lens, like this is what I feel like I'm missing in this conversation, is like layering the best practices with what we know on Michigan statute and, you know, figuring out what the recommendation would be. This is like a set of numbers that doesn't seem applicable to where we need to be. So that's what I'm struggling with. And again, I'm saying this out loud, happy to engage at the Planning Commission as well, because I would love to see this get to a great place, because I think just in our financial review, this can be a generator of dollars into the city, more bodies down participating in our businesses, et cetera. This is and it breeds opportunity, in terms of dreaming big. And I won't start talking about wet or dry lab space, because I'm not sure if that dream will ever come to fruition. But I just say it out loud that there's promise in this, and it's just we're not there. We got a lot more work to do. So I've said my piece and made my points on that, unless you want to respond to. Sorry.
No, I think that does, I think the criticism of using Ann Arbor is, the council member at the end there mentioned Ann Arbor and East Lansing is different. They clearly are. My daughter unfortunately made the bad decision to go to Michigan. She's currently there. I understand the housing challenges down there. But at the end of the day, this really is solving the affordability question. So the math applies the same. And so it's using East Lansing's data and East Lansing's situation to provide something that, as the city attorney pointed out, that's not arbitrary. That's something that's backed up, that is defendable, and then it is based upon a sound methodology. So I don't think that the methodology in itself is wrong. I think the question really is related to the impact in terms of what the policy the city's trying to achieve, which is a balance between encouraging affordability but also encouraging development. And really this becomes, okay, where's the medium ground between the two of those? Because they're never going to be all on the same side of the ledger, right? They're always going to be somewhere in between there. And so that's really the question that the city will have to go through as part of the planning conversation.
Well, the dials are wrong. Like even again, I'm just looking at this one website, right, and trying to prep a bit for tonight's discussion. And, it's between 10 and 20% usually an offset potential, and it can be made up with a lot of different dials. At least this is what this recommendation is, which we're at 25%. So it's like, how do we dial the different mechanisms to get to the right formula, or the formula considerations, and what are the dials to get to the outcomes, where I don't want the city shelling out more money. I want this to be a collective benefit, right? So.
Further questions or comments? So I have a couple of, is that the end of your presentation as a group? Okay, so I have a few questions. I want to point out that we can't assume that MSU is going to keep growing. Okay, we can't. The president, I'm going to read a little bit from something that the president of MSU said to Crane's Detroit business last October. So this, I'm going to read from the article. MSU has just over 52,000 students, with about 42,000 pursuing undergraduate degrees. Is that the right number, given that the enrollment cliff is happening already and expected to continue over the next 15 years, Guskowitz said, or should the undergrad enrollment drop to something like 38,000? He continues, he says, I'm not saying that's where we're headed, but we will be studying that very closely over the next year. As part of all of these housing discussions and the evolving need for housing growth, nobody talks about the enrollment cliff north of Grand River. They talk about the enrollment cliff south of Grand River and at college campuses elsewhere around the country, because it's hitting right now and it's hitting different universities differently. But bottom line is we can't assume that MSU is going to keep growing. That may be neither here nor there. I just want to drop that into the conversation, because we're hearing a lot that, it's always growing, so it's going to continue to grow. Well, we don't know that. We just don't. My question for the panel is, we've talked about the mechanism for acquiring the funds. What's the mechanism for dispersing the funds?
That hasn't been determined yet. We would expect, I think, that there would be a fund established.
Correct. Yeah.
Heather, you should take it from here.
Yeah. So, similar to, we looked at Ann Arbor's as part of this whole process, and they do have a commission that actually, there's a fund that's set up, there's a commission that reviews the applications for funding requests It depends on certain levels. If it's, above 400,000, there's certain requirements that goes through. The final decision is made by their city council, though, so it is a recommendation that comes out of that committee, and it just depends on how, at what level is the request. It can, like I said, above 400,000, there's certain requirements. You have to, solidify that you're going to have, affordable housing for so many years and the reporting requirements and that. The other thing, though, is as part of this, they can use for acquisition, demolition, new construction, rehab and renovation, and related infrastructure to develop affordable housing. And then they also provide nonprofit pre-development feasibility and technical assistance with those funds, too.
So does that mean that we're going to become a developer?
No.
If
No,
we're
so what
using-
what it means is that these funds would come into the city, or through a third party. We could contract with a third party to oversee those funds. There would be an application process that would be, a committee would have to be established. There would be an application that would have to be set up with the criteria of how these, how you can apply to use these funds, what's the criteria. There would be a review of that. There would be a recommendation out of that commission that would come to city council for their approval of the funds for a use of whatever type of project.
Got it. And so we would need another commission.
Correct.
So that would add to our 30-odd existing commissions.
Correct.
Okay. You itemized some of the things we can spend the money on, right? Different phases of development. Are the expenditures tied to the type of housing that we use to compute the affordability gap? In other words, if we use 50% AMI funding to compute the fee that we then acquire from the developer, do we have to spend that money on 50% AMI, or can we spend it more broadly than that?
No, you can spend it more broadly. So, for example, Ann Arbor, their households, they target 60 AMI with the priorities to use these funds to serve those at 30% AMI.
Okay.
But again, that would be a policy decision that would be made.
But legally, it sounds like we have some flexibility in terms of how we spend that money. Is that a correct characterization?
Yes, as long as it's tied toward the promotion of affordable or diverse housing.
Okay.
Yeah, achieving the same goals as your ordinance that requires developers to have it.
If we end up sitting on $10 million, do we then have an obligation to spend it? In other words, what if we don't get any applications because nobody can do anything for $10 million?
I'm looking to the lawyer.
Yeah, well.
Or is that a dumb question?
Is the question, if it doesn't result in any funds coming in, what do you do?
No, the question is, suppose we get 10 million in funds from a couple of projects. Okay.
Yes.
Now we have a $10 million fund.
Yes.
That we have to spend in a particular way. But 10 million isn't enough to build housing, necessarily, a big housing project. So what happens if there's no application for that money? Are we obligated to spend it, or does it just sit there?
Well, I think if it's not being, obviously we're talking about a hypothetical that may never happen. What you would probably want to do is look at how it's set up at that point. If nobody is coming in and applying to use the funds in the way that the program is set up at that time, maybe you need to look at a different way to expend the funds to still achieve the purpose. For example, I'm just spitballing here, but enabling people to afford their existing housing through rehabilitation and things of that nature. Some of the things you might do with CDBG funding.
Yeah.
Much smaller scale, but you could do a lot more. We might be able to tie that in. We could look at that.
Okay.
But what you're looking at is adjusting your program because it's obviously not working. People aren't coming in to use that money. So you would want to look at, well, we need to pivot and find a different way that's going to benefit and achieve the same goals or similar goals, maybe on a smaller scale in some way.
Okay,
Yep.
that's helpful.
Yes.
I wasn't sure how much flexibility we would have. So I'm just going to conclude my comments. So if we go down this path, we're adding an administrative burden to the staff, right? And we're creating a new administrative mechanism that we have to follow through, and it's pretty high stakes because it may have millions of dollars. And we have to consider, I think, whether that's worth it. And offsetting that potentially is the fact that there are other parameters in our current ordinance that we can tweak, I think, to make projects more affordable for developers, right? There's nothing magical about the 25% number. We could make that lower and maybe go directly, create an affordable project directly for a developer without even going through this indirect route of fee in lieu. We can do it through transfer of credits, right? If a developer happens to own property outside the DDA, we can make sure that they're able to transfer those credits in. So I'm having a little bit of trouble seeing exactly what this benefits us, given that we are adding a new administrative burden to the staff. Are there other parameters we can tweak in our current ordinance to lower costs for developers? Because my belief is that that's the bottom line here. The bottom line is lowering costs for developers. That's what they're concerned about. And that's where we end up when they say things like, we can't do this project for this reason. Well, the reason is that it costs them too much. And so why are we developing this brand new mechanism when there are other possibilities to get to lower costs? Now, I don't want to rule out the idea that this could give us some flexibility in terms of the kind of support we could end up giving for low-income housing. So I'm happy to sort of vote to send this to the Planning Commission for larger discussion, but I do think that we should be thinking that if we ultimately end up voting to approve a mechanism for acquiring the funds, that should be tie-barred to a mechanism for dispersing the funds. Those two things have to be, those are two sides of the equation. And until we know how that disbursement's going to work, I don't want to be sitting on a pile of money that we can't ultimately disperse. So I think there's actually a lot of work here to be done because we're only seeing half the equation. Those are my comments. Mr. Whalen?
Thank you for, I'm not sure if that was opening the door or not, but the 25%, if that's a negotiation, I think that's really worthy of that discussion. I am concerned about the burdensome of the staff. I also want to make sure that we can do some housing. At some point, there's so many different things, but we can't have everything. If that would be open for discussion, lowering the 25%, I think that may be a really, really valuable way to head in this direction. It allows us to meet some needs, but we still have some needs of the diverse. I understand that. Also, the question about, is there a demand for student housing or not? I know every year that I've been here, there's been a huge demand, and I think having housing more dense downtown alleviates some of the pressure on the neighborhoods. And I think it also could possibly stabilize some rents, because if you don't have increased supply, then it just increases costs. So yes, even if we have stable MSU growth, I still think there's needs. But I like the idea of talking about the 25%.
Further comments?
Yeah,
Councilmember Singh.
Yeah, real brief. A couple of things. One, I think where the fee in lieu and the flexibility in meeting a diverse housing mechanism, we have to remember that many dollars that enable affordable housing through MSHA dollars or other federal dollars, they're not always going to be driven to a community like East Lansing because we don't have a lot of census tracts that are falling within their parameters for federal giving. So if we did have a fee in lieu, then we can, the specific example that Mr. Jobic was referencing, like we did do a security deposit program and first month's rent with our CDBG dollars. It's really modest, if you remember the number last year. It was like $25,000 or something really small. Now, imagine, that's an example that could be really impactful and welcoming, bringing folks into our community. So I just wanted to draw both the MSHDA federal dollar piece as well as, and I also wanted to reference on your point on the commission and additional staff burden, like currently, like the TIF dollars for our smart zone goes to a board that has purpose towards programs too. Like there are, 501c3 organizations that you would spring up, name a board, and then set the policy for the giving, which I know Heather, kind of extrapolated through some points, but I totally agree. Like we can't do one without the other. So having something in writing on that would be great.
Mr. Meadows.
So I don't have any problem sending this on to planning. Would have done it about an hour ago, frankly. But I want to mention just a couple of things.
It's usually Meadows that's talking.
Annette and I have served on the board of Capital Areas Housing Partnership, which I mentioned earlier, for a long, long time. Our price point for low to moderate income housing for a 3-bedroom home is $149,000. It's $136 per square foot. So this square foot number is something that I think we can manipulate in some way. Also, I don't have any problem, like the mayor, I feel that 25% is something, I don't know if we calculated it when we passed the original ordinance, but it sounded right. Because the objective was to make sure that we had a diverse downtown that wasn't one giant student apartment complex from one end to the other, because that is really the demand that we're looking for. Personally, I believe in building up, not building out. I don't want us to continue to grow outward other than potentially single-family homes, but we should grow up in this downtown area, and part of this 25% requirement was to make sure that we had other options in the downtown, condos, senior apartments, and low to moderate income housing, and other unique housing, which is also permitted under the ordinance. So when this goes back to planning, I want you to maybe consult a little bit with Capital Area Housing Partnership to determine how they calculated their per square foot and their price point for low to moderate income housing. And I'll say that I'm going to have to be convinced that doing, sort of identifying where we can do this through the zoning, especially since, as I recall anyway, we're going to be taking a look at the East Village zoning to change it all this year anyway. And I prefer to see us describe that area in a geographic manner. I know that was mentioned at the microphone tonight as Hagedorn to Harrison and Grand River to Saginaw, but I think we can look at other areas as well. And certainly, we could go as far as to make sure that we have the south of Grand River also included in that, which would be East Village. And then just in terms of a comment that was made earlier, I don't think Meridian and Lansing have responded to the growth in the university. And if you look at the housing that they've been building, it's been market rate housing that's populated largely by people in Lansing who work on a regular job and aren't going to school, or in Meridian Township in particular, senior housing, which there is a demand for as well. And I think, I'll look forward to seeing the fee in lieu discussion that takes place at the Planning Commission. I think you've already talked about that, quite a bit. What I was concerned about when we received the first proposal, which was talked about by their attorney a little bit earlier, is that, it was $5,000 a unit, which meant that when we start talking about $10 million, we're about 40 years away from, getting there. And one last question with regard to this is that, can we also pay for staff through the money that we receive for the payment in lieu? In other words, is it full cost accounting? so that if we do have to create an additional bureaucracy, do we do that and it's paid for by the money that we receive from the developers?
Yeah, I think that you can, you know, it's not the same as an enterprise fund, but it might be a relative of an enterprise fund. An enterprise fund is like a sewer fund, a water fund, where you're paying for all of your staff, your overhead, to be able to run the systems. This isn't a system necessarily, but it's close enough that you're collecting a fee for a specific purpose and you're going to need to expend funds to operate that program. So I think that as long as it's reasonable and you can establish that there is a connection in how much is being charged to that fund for the staff and that it is only for those purposes, I think you're going to be fine.
Yeah, just one last thing. We did receive at some point like a list of fee and lieu from all over the country. I can't remember when we received it, but essentially what had been done in other communities is a computation of how could you replicate this particular space and what would the cost be, and that should be the cost, you know, that is equal to whatever the fee in lieu is. So I don't know if we're there or not through the process that you've suggested, but I'd be interested in knowing that. So.
I'm ready for a motion.
Yep, and I would entertain a motion.
I move to introduce and refer ordinance 1559 to the Planning Commission in accordance with the procedures and requirements of section 50-31 of the zoning ordinance. I would like to add that we see this back in council in 60 days.
Can I ask a question? Are we sending the version that we got tonight to them?
I think they said you were updating it.
If you could just indicate as presented.
Oh, as presented.
In the motion.
There we go again.
Second.
Councilmember, it will be difficult to have it come back to the council within 60 days, just because of our time frame. Noticing requirements, I would suggest this might be more likely in April.
That
Late
is
April.
April. April is 60 days.
You're right. Thank you. I guess I think if I may, we can come as quickly as possible, but 60 days may not be.
March, April, because you have 4 weeks at Planning Commission. They've already weighed in. You got. That's where what I would like to see. Could always come ahead of or come back to us if it's not ready too. So, you still second that, Councilmember?
Sorry. I'm missing the issue. What is it?
I think he's nervous about the time frame, and because I added 60 days coming back before council.
No, I'll still second that because we can always extend that anyway. Right. So.
Okay. Yeah, it would be May.
So you want me to move again as presented?
It sounds like the seconder consent
Okay.
agreed to the amendment of the motion to include to return within 60 days, if I'm understanding what just happened.
Yes.
I have a question about this. I think the chances that this is going to be approaching completion in 60 days are approximately zero. Are we going to be in a position to postpone or defer if we have to, if staff tells us that we can't do this, that they can't do this? What's the procedure for that?
If I may, I'm not taking the motion as saying that it has to be back with a recommendation from the Planning Commission within 60 days because can't predict what might happen or be necessary at the Planning Commission. I think what is being indicated is return back to City Council within 60 days for a report or a recommendation. If it's done and you have a recommendation from the Planning Commission, then you can proceed at that time. Otherwise, it returns with a report on your status to let you know where it's at.
Is that the intent of the motion?
That's how I'm understanding the motion.
Okay. All right, great. Yep, all right, so we're all on the same page. Any further discussion of the motion? Okay, I just want to say I appreciate the conversation. It's been a long one, but I think it was worthwhile because I feel a lot better about this, and I think that this conversation is actually a resource now, because it's recorded for people moving forward to see what some of the baseline parameters are here. So I think this was well worthwhile. All right, unless there's any further discussion, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. The ordinance is referred to the Planning Commission. All right, we are 1/7 of the way through our business agenda, and it's 11:30, and we turn into pumpkins at midnight unless we have a motion to continue past midnight. So I would entertain a motion to allow us to continue past midnight.
So moved.
Moved by Meadows.
Second.
Second by Whalen. Any discussion of the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we are authorized to go past midnight. And I guess we can order in breakfast if we need to, a little bit later. It's too late to make jokes. So that moves us to item 5.2, introduce and refer to the Planning Commission Ordinance 1567, an amendment to Division 8 Building Height Overlay District of the East Lansing zoning ordinance to allow council to approve a building height exceeding 160 feet when doing so is necessitated solely by the use of specific construction materials, including but not limited to mass timber, does not result in additional floors or units, and is subject to the review and approval of City Council under the special use procedures of Section 50-94. Mr. Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor. Landon Bartley, your principal planner. This one's a little more involved than the last one, so I'm going to take some time to present. And I'm kidding. I guess it's, I'm trying to see if it's
you got me.
Not too late for a joke. So honestly, the ordinance intent is exactly what's written in the notice language. This would give, if approved, again, this is the introduction and referral point. So the beginning of the point that would next go to the Planning Commission for a public hearing and vote, recommendation, and then back to council. If approved, this would essentially just give council the flexibility, if needed, to approve building height over the existing maximum height cap downtown of 160 feet in cases where construction materials necessitate that change, and it would result in additional floors or units. So the intent would just be to accommodate additional height if necessary because of materials, and that's it.
Questions for staff? Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move we introduce and refer to the Planning Commission Ordinance 1567, an amendment to Division 8 Building Height Overlay District of the East Lansing zoning ordinance to allow council to approve a building height exceeding 160 feet when doing so is necessitated solely by the use of a specific construction materials, including but not limited to mass timber. It does not result in additional floors or units and is subject to the review and approval of the City Council under the special use procedures of Section 50-94.
Moved by Meadows.
Second.
Second by Singh. Any discussion of the motion? Seeing none.
I'll be really quick. I'm sorry.
No, please, go ahead.
For the staff, this is kind of a response to the Zoning Board of Appeals decision, right?
It is.
So this is a unique building structure that takes more height than normal. So this is just kind of for the future. Does it matter if the property that's talking about the mass timber is maybe not going to go that high now, or is we're just doing a general policy to attract mass timber?
Councilmember, thank you. This was in response essentially to a variance request that failed for additional height because of this exact situation. That said, we expect, I mean, the applicant has talked about redesigning their building, and we expect that they may not have a need for this ordinance, but we felt that the flexibility that be afforded to council as a result of this ordinance would be useful even in the future for hypothetical projects.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Sure.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. That ordinance is referred to the Planning Commission. Thank you. Item 5.3, consideration of Ordinance 1549, Chapter 6, Buildings and Building Regulations, and Ordinance 1538, Chapter 7, Rental Housing Regulations. Ms. Hodges.
This is deja vu almost to the minute of December 9th.
Oh, boy. Well, this time you're going to go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. Elise Hodges, Housing Administrator and University Relations. So I won't go through the whole history, as we've been here many times before, but just a quick review. Ordinance 1549, Chapter 6, shows only the removal of rental regulations. No additional changes were made to this chapter, aside from the removal. It is in our plan to work on the IPMC that was discussed today by some of our landlords, and that will be coming once we get through this hurdle of this new chapter. We have presented several drafts to Housing Commission, City Council, landlords, our internal working group, and we've had 2 different city attorneys review all of the changes to Ordinance 1538. So significant work has been done. I do want to say she's not at the table with me. I thought she would be here. She's my phone and a friend. But Annette has been instrumental in this development. She started this. I've only worked for the city for 15 months, and we've been 19 months in this project. So I can't tell you how many times I've questioned why something's in the ordinance, and Annette will come up with a great example. Oh, it's in there because of this, and this is why, and this is how many times we've used it. So her history has been invaluable. She'll be greatly missed in retirement, so I wanted to thank her. The draft that is before you tonight, we believe is very comprehensive, well thought out. The redlined copy shows the changes from January and February of 2026. Since the discussion-only meeting on January 13th, city staff, City Attorney Jopek, and input from the landlords have all resulted in some final changes that we have before you. While we were able to work with the landlord group on their concerns, and many of their changes that they suggested were adopted, there were a few small number of items that staff and City Attorney Jopek did not feel comfortable recommending, or that we considered not appropriate or not necessary anymore. Our goal was to prepare an ordinance that protects the tenants of East Lansing and gives city staff clear guidelines on how to implement our rental license program. A couple of comments about some of the issues the landlords brought up. I know some of them contacted you all earlier today, and City Attorney Jopek can also provide some insight. In terms of the form for new owners, the current process leaves the city without a lot of knowledge of when a property has sold, and we rely just on people telling us the truth and hoping they'll come to us within a certain time frame so that we can change the mailing addresses and get the notification to the new owner. Having the responsibility on the current owner, make sure that we have the correct information and it's done in a timely manner. There have been times where a new owner will come in 12 months after the license has expired, assuming that it was all done and ready to go, and they didn't know that they were not in compliance. And we don't necessarily get that information unless someone reaches out directly to our office. In the assessing department, we get a lot of information from them, but even that takes time. Sometimes it can be 30 or 60 days before new owner information is updated. As I said, the IPMC is still being used, has not changed. We did broaden the language in the code to incorporate all city ordinances, so this can include PACE violations, even zoning ordinances that come into play. So that's why that language change was made, to be more encompassing. And the IPMC 2006 is still in Chapter 6 and still what we will use. And of course, the process to adopting any ordinance changes or code changes would include significant involvement from the landlords going forward. They will be fully involved in that process when we go to adopt the new IPMC. The current lease addendum that we have does not comply with what city code says. It needs to be updated and will be as soon as the provisions, as soon as we know what provisions should be in it, so what's voted on this evening. As a note, the ordinance doesn't require the use of the form, so the landlord can have all of the provisions in their own lease. The addendum is just an easy tool for landlords who don't want to have a specific East Lansing lease, so they can put it into their own lease. You can present all the scenarios you want about this and any other of our violations, but at the end of the day, we are humans that implement this code, and there's always a way for us to work with owners. It's actually written in the code that the city manager's designee can allow extensions as long as they're submitted to the staff, whoever that designee is. Currently, that's me, and I get those requests on a daily basis from landlords. So we are constantly working with landlords and owners on any problems that they have with complying in the time that we've given. There's one last proposed change that you all have in front of you that we printed out. And this really was just an oversight that came about and through some editing and cleaning up language. We did not mean to change the meaning of the code. So yes, that sheet, so the yellow is what is current in the proposed draft that was on the AIR. And then below that, the green highlight is what we are proposing to change it to. And really, we're just reverting back to what its original intent was that's currently in our code. And there's a draft motion there at the end that we've drafted with the city attorney for this evening if you choose to move forward. Happy to answer any questions, and the city attorney will also help me fill in any of the landlord concerns that a lot of them had to do with just interpretation.
Questions?
I have just a quick question, which is that you've been here all evening. You heard the comments that were made with specific to this particular ordinance, and your recommendation is we go ahead at this point in time?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Could I ask the city attorney, so my takeaway is that the concerns that the landlords were raising have all been considered
Many times.
many times. And Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to add?
Yes, just a couple quick things. Mr. Russell, the attorney for the landlords, was here. He gave a presentation. He and I had quite a few back and forth, very pleasant interactions, and some valuable input was provided along the way. The items that are remaining are items that you know, I don't want to belabor it. You've heard the other side of that situation, and everything that including those 5 items and all the others were very carefully and thoroughly discussed internally, and every place that we could adjust something to work with the landlords, we certainly did. These were just some areas, and my last correspondence, the attorney, Russell, tried to explain and give reasons, not just say no, give the reasons for why we were thinking that, which you've heard tonight, you know, an explanation of that as well. And at the end of the day, while we think this is in good shape and it's a valuable updating of an older ordinance that needed some work, and I think it reads much better, not just for city staff and implementing, but for the public and their usage of it. It's a long, complicated ordinance, but I think it's more readable and works better today than if you adopt it than it has in the past. And if something isn't working, and we talked about this, if it ends up, no, it's not working, we can come back and make a tweak here or there. It's a big ordinance. It was a heavy lift, and there could be something. We don't anticipate anything, but if there is, we can always come back and address it.
Any further discussion? Mr. Whalen?
Yeah, so rather than getting into the smaller points, I appreciate all the work you've done. I appreciate Annette has got an incredible reputation in town. And I think some of the things I heard from some of the public speakers were talking about the intent of, like, okay, this is how we've always been treated in the past. So Mr. Bellman, or I'm sorry, with City Attorney Jopic, can we have some policy that would not be part saying, okay, so if we need a reinspection, they're concerned about the reinspection, and then all of a sudden there'd be a fine immediately, or there's been a lot of grace given in the past, okay? That's just one tiny little example. So can there be some freedom once that horrible day of Annette not or going on to retirement or wherever she may go, that we can still make sure that we're going to treat our stakeholders fairly?
I think Elise has amply taken over that responsibility, and Annette has passed all of her knowledge
Right. Absolutely.
and personality onto a lease, and I'm fully confident that we'll continue to deploy how we've handled these issues in the past as we move forward.
Yeah, that's kind of how I refer to as just our internal policy of looking at specific cases and when it's time to ticket. And there's we look at it. We look at what the code violations are. It's not just an automatic and what the landlords wanted sometimes was going to restrict it, so we have to give them a ticket. And I don't want that in the code. I want to be able to say, okay, if it's one violation that's really not a life safety issue and it's something they can take care of pretty quickly, we won't have to ticket. But having that dialogue in our office is part of our internal review process of when they're asking me for those exceptions. That's part of what takes place and what is passed down from generation to generation.
And you're comfortable, I don't know if I should address Mr. Bellman or you, but are we comfortable with continuing that on?
I'm comfortable with it, and I believe Elise has been deploying that
And I appreciate
practice. And our intent isn't to fine or cite. Our intent is to get compliance.
Right.
And so that's
and
our
I think
ultimate
their fear, what I was hearing is, oh no, we've had such a good relationship.
Right.
So I implore you to continue. I think it's great that we are treating our stakeholders with reason.
We don't like ticketing. That's not our goal.
Okay.
Ever.
Mr. Jopik, you were raising your hand, or?
I was just going to chime in very quickly that, granting another reinspection, that's the example that was given in the presentation earlier by the landlords, giving another reinspection by right on top of a reinspection that is already provided in the ordinance by policy or in the ordinance itself. In a sense, it enables or promotes or incentivizes not necessarily bringing into compliance the first time like you should. So if they know, if somebody knows that they're just going to get another reinspection, they might be, most are conscientious, some might take advantage of that. And you really don't want that by giving them that right to another reinspection. Mm-hmm.
Any further questions? So I have a motion. I will move to approve adoption of ordinance 1538 as presented, including a change such that Article 7, Section 7-113, Sub 1, Sub C, shall read as follows, quote, for a Class 6 rental licensed property, hyphen, 1.5 violations multiplied by the licensed occupancy, unquote.
If
You also have to deal with
Chapter 6.
ordinance 1549.
Sorry.
Because we have to pass them at the same time.
And
That's the entire thing, right?
Yeah.
I move adoption of ordinance 1549
Thank you.
As presented, right?
as presented.
I second that.
Thank you. Okay. Moved by Altman, second by Meadows. Any further discussion? I do have one request.
Okay.
For what sounds like it will be a continuing review of the ordinance to see.
Mm-hmm.
In section 7-133, paragraph 8, which is owner review standards for all properties, is basically a list of conditions under which an owner doesn't get a new rental license. That's what's specified in paragraph 8. Subparagraph A basically says that if you are found responsible for failing to abate a dangerous building, you never get another rental license. Paragraphs B through E time out those infractions after a year.
Mm-hmm.
And my question is, why is that? And if you could consider that, and if you already have the answer at hand, I don't think we need to hear it tonight, but if it all makes sense, great, but if there's an opportunity to tweak it, I would ask you to look at that.
Okay, will do.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, thanks. It's been a heavy lift. I think it's been helpful to do this 2-year-long project to make not a lot of substantive changes, but I think it was worthwhile. Having said that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes.
Thank you.
Ordinance 1538 and 1549 are adopted. Phew.
Can I ask a procedural question?
You may.
At this point in time, I'll just indicate that with regard to 5.4 and 5, based on the testimony we heard tonight and my own sort of consideration of some of the language and maybe the need for us to discuss further how we're going to approach this, I wonder if we can just, if you would entertain just a motion to defer each of those to the last business meeting in March, and also have a discussion with regard to these on the March discussion-only meeting.
So I would entertain that motion, but I would also like to give the chief a chance to speak briefly to that motion, since she's been here the whole night. Is there a second to that motion? So the motion is to postpone
Yes.
consideration of 1565 and 1566 to our last business meeting in March, and place it on the discussion-only meeting agenda for our DO meeting in March. That's the motion?
Yes.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Moved by Meadows, second by Grigsby. Chief, would you care to comment?
Yes, sir. The only concern I have is that I will not be in town for the discussion-only meeting scheduled for March. I will be at the regular council meeting at the end of March, and so the discussion-only would just have to not include representation from the police department.
Is there someone else from the police department who could be there?
I certainly could have Assistant Chief Kraft here. He just hasn't been part of any of the discussions. I can also talk to the other members of the Downtown Solutions Committee who were part of the group in making these recommendations from the beginning.
Does that affect your motion?
No, because I think what we do have is we have some suggestions from the city attorney for potential changes there, and that's what I was thinking we would discuss at that DO meeting.
Okay, any further discussion of the motion to defer those two items?
Yes.
So, Mr. Whalen.
So if there's an adjustment, I'm still learning procedure for the city attorney. If there's an adjustment to the ordinance, an added phrase or a phrase taken out, and it's proposed that, do we need two different hearings for that? Do we need two different presentations if there's an adjustment to the ordinance at hand? Or can we change it that night and then approve or disapprove it? I understand there would be a motion to amend and this and that, but do we need to have a public, it to go out to the public with that phraseology changing or not? Does that make sense?
I think, if I understand the question correctly, at the discussion-only meeting, you're going to bring both of these items back for discussion at that meeting. And in the context of that discussion, there could be some changes to the language at that meeting or presented at that meeting as part of the material that's provided, and you can do that. You currently have two ordinances that have been introduced, and you can make amendments to those ordinances from the floor, as you've done before, or leading up to it and correcting things. So that can happen at the DO meeting, and I think that's part of the purpose, to see if there are some alternatives or some other language changes you might want to make.
Mr. Bellman.
So the only thing I want to offer is if we're going to make changes at the DO, that we have those changes in the agenda packet for the 17th of March, so that the public has an opportunity to read what you're going to consider for adoption at that last meeting in March.
That does seem critical, and this afternoon we received another draft ordinance from the city attorney, and that should probably be included in the discussion-only meeting as well, since we haven't had time to really process it.
We can certainly do that.
So can we make, can we make those, we do have a meeting on the 3rd, correct?
We do.
So could we make those, discuss those different amendments on the 3rd? And then it goes public. We vote on whatever the language is going to be or not. And then it goes to the 17th for vote?
Well, why not have it on a discussion only meeting, though?
Mark, talking to your mic.
I'm just asking. I know that we need to, I'm uncomfortable, if it's a discussion only, we can't decide on exactly what I thought we can't make decisions on the discussion only meeting.
Correct.
So
But you
then
can.
we wouldn't have an agreement with what that language is changed to. I'm just asking procedure.
Can they do consensus?
And probably we could have even gotten it done tonight, but.
You, at the DO meeting, and City Manager Bellman can correct me if I'm wrong or add in, but at the DO meeting, you can review the alternatives, the current draft of 1566 or any alternatives, and then give direction of what to bring back.
So we can do that?
You can do that
Okay,
at the DO
that's
meeting,
all
give
that
some
was my
direction, give
concern.
feedback, and identify what to bring back, which if any, or all, and go from there.
Any further comments,
So I
Councilmember
just
Singh?
want to highlight, because I know we have a number of advocates and folks that spoke, that for the DO agenda, there will be alternatives published that then you can offer additional feedback on what you see there. Because, you know, again, we've been taking in comments and iterating on this. And so just want to highlight that if this motion passes, DO meeting will be in the agenda, and then you wouldn't see actual votes on the language until the subsequent meeting in March.
Any further discussion,
And
Mr. Whalen?
I think that the reason for this is because people are concerned about some of the language, so we want to talk that through.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean,
Mr.
I
Grigsby.
wholeheartedly think that's the best we can do is, you know, as of now, right? I mean, if this passes in the deferment that we do, it just gives more opportunity to wrap our heads around alternative solutions, better language, if at all, better solutions within the framework of these two ordinances here.
Okay, I'll restate the motion. The motion is to postpone consideration of ordinance 1565 and 1566 to our second business meeting in March and place consideration of both of these items on the discussion-only meeting in March. That is the motion made by Meadows, seconded by Grigsby. Any further discussion, Mr.
I just wanted to
Grigsby?
add for the audience that stayed here tonight, for the audience that is probably watching from their homes, thank you, appreciate this. I know that this is very, very important to you, that we make a decision that best represents something that's equitable and really is comprehensive to the root causes of these issues. And so I appreciate you, and please continue to invest from the community standpoint. Thank you.
Question for the city attorney. Do you have any concerns about how we've set up this motion or anything else?
No.
Okay, all right. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. And those items are postponed. Which brings us to item 5.6, consideration of charter amendment resolutions to be placed on either the August or November 2026 ballots. Mr. Jopik.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. If you'll let me get to this agenda item quickly here. So, yeah, this is last up before bringing these, a set of resolutions back to you for formal adoption at your first meeting in March, hopefully. I say hopefully only because it would be nice to hear back from the Attorney General's office by then, and we might have some further indication, and they might provide us some additional time if there are issues to address. But the anticipation or expectation is to bring at least 6 of these.
Hang on for a second. Could I ask the audience to please take your conversations out of the room because we are continuing the business meeting? Thank you. Appreciate it. Please continue, Mr. Jopik.
Yes. So to bring at least 6 of these back to you at that meeting for adoption, and at that point, they would be submitted to the governor and to the Attorney General for formal approval. So as I indicated, they have been, as I promised last time, submitted over to the Attorney General's office, the Assistant Attorney General's, with a request that they conduct an informal review of the 7 resolutions that we discussed last time. I don't want to rehash everything. I know you know everything we've been working on these. We really have 3 questions for you today to provide further direction to us and how to finalize these and bring them back to you. The first one is in Resolution 2025-12, which is the resolution regarding the city manager. There were 2 alternatives provided in the draft of that resolution back to you. At the last meeting, council provided input and asked for a version of that to be brought back that, and I'm dropping down to it here, that has the, that adjusts the charter to have only an acting city manager appointed with city council approval, and eliminate the concept of a deputy city manager. And that acting city manager would fill in for the city manager in the event of any vacancy in the office or any absences or unavailability. Absences and availability are different than vacancy. Vacancy is when the city manager would no longer be in the position. Absences and unavailability would be instances of sickness or trips and vacations, and at that point, the acting city manager, approved by council, would be in place to be at the helm of the administration. The other alternative is similar to the prior scenario of what our current city charter says, and it has both a deputy city manager and an acting city manager. The acting city manager is appointed or designated by the city manager without necessitating city council approval, but that acting city manager would only be serving in that capacity in the event of an absence or unavailability, a vacation or sickness or something of that effect. The deputy city manager would be there in the event of vacancy only, would not necessarily sit in the seat for absences. The difference between what you saw previously in this section previously and now is that the approval of city council has been placed after the phrase, "the city manager shall designate a deputy city manager." Then it says subject to approval by the city council. So by that grammatical change, it makes it more clear that the person designated as the city manager, as the, it's late, I apologize. As the deputy city manager is what would be brought to council for approval, not whether to have a deputy city manager at all. So that's the difference in the language here in this alternative, trying to clear up some of the confusion that might have existed before with this alternative. So I do need some direction on which one of these to bring back to you, probably at your March 3rd meeting. That would be the first question. That's probably the toughest question. The other 2 are pretty easy.
Do either you or the city manager have a recommendation?
I can jump in. The benefit, as I understand it, from keeping the model that you currently have is that it enables, say you're in a situation where the office is vacated and the deputy city manager steps in, right? You have one appointed, that deputy city manager steps in. What if they go on a vacation? If you have if that deputy city manager is able to appoint an acting city manager, now you have some coverage in the event that that deputy city manager is sick or has a vacation. That's the benefit of that arrangement, as long as it's, as long as you're comfortable with the clarity in terms of how the deputy city manager comes into place. it does seem to have some benefits and has, as I understand it, been used in that fashion in the past, but I don't know.
Mr. Bellman?
I agree. I think alternate two clearly delineates the purpose of the deputy versus an acting. And so the acting allows, in two, flexibility to choose from the leadership team based on the availability of both the acting designee or sharing among the leadership the role and not one person serving in that capacity.
So I would prefer alternative two based on those recommendations, and also because it's what we've been doing all along.
Yeah, I guess I'm still leaning towards alternative one, but it didn't really reflect what I thought we were discussing the other day when we went forward with this. My question to you is, like, I don't have a problem. The city council shall designate an administrative officer or department head to serve as acting city manager, that language. But why wouldn't the city manager be involved in that, under that language? I thought this would be upon the recommendation of a city manager, and that what we were really just doing is eliminating the idea of a deputy and using existing department heads or administrative officers to fill that position. So we may be doing that anyway, but calling him a deputy, but why bother calling him a deputy, I guess is the question.
Are you referring to alternative two at this point?
No, I'm talking about alternative one.
Right, so it provides for city council to identify the person to act as the acting city manager.
But not upon the recommendation of the city
We could
manager.
certainly add that in there. I didn't.
I mean, that's what I thought we were going to get, so.
Okay, I didn't pick up on that, so I
Okay.
apologize. I didn't pick up on that piece. But that can be inserted in here if you want to go with alternative one.
All right, so we need some more input. Which alternative are people leaning toward?
I'm comfortable with alternative one.
Alternative one, Mr. Whalen?
I defer to the city attorney for what he feels like is best right now. I feel like I'm kind of missing this. So if with the addition of Councilmember Meadows' input on the one, are you okay with that, city attorney?
I'm okay with alternative one, certainly, if that's where council would like to go.
With that clarification
With that clarification, sir. Yep.
Councilmember Singh?
This is where I'm saving my brain power for the FTE discussion, but on top of what we've already lifted. I'm going to go with both the city attorney and city manager made a recommendation that aligns, so I'm going to stay with their recommendation.
All right, so we got a 3-2 split. We got 2 for alternative.
Unless you can send them both to AG for the informal review, and then we can decide later.
I already did that.
Oh, you already did that? Okay.
So we could wait and I could get feedback on both from them. They may have some input on that as well.
Yeah, you said we're
So-
not supposed to vote on anything. No
You're not.
action
I'm just
tonight.
looking for input. I'm not looking for a
Okay.
vote. Yeah.
All right.
Where's your input?
Looking for what I bring back on the third to you, or what we bring back, I should say.
All right, so it looks like the majority, Mr. Whalen?
I'm just concerned because I honestly have not studied this like I prepared for a lot of things tonight, and I'm just a little bit cautious. I really want to lean on the input from the city attorney and the city manager. I thought the friendly amendment may satisfy the two, so I guess I'm a little concerned with where I'm going to land.
Can we put both of these, so Councilmember Meadows suggested a change. Can we put both of them on the agenda and vote on them on the 3rd, and then we can actually have a vote? Does that work for you?
That works for everybody, I
Okay.
think, so.
Yes, only caveat is if the informal review provides feedback that changes that, but I'll explain that if that happens.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so we have a way forward on your first question. You had a couple other
Yes.
questions?
Yeah. Next two are much simpler. Which I think the second question is, which of the 7 resolutions would you, I think your decision earlier was to do 6. We have 7 here. It include the 7th one. We prepared this last time around to address the chief financial officer issue. So that is in the mix now too. So looking at any feedback you might have at this point on which 6 of the 7 you want brought back. And if you just want to leave it at 7 for now, they are all with the AG's office for the informal review. So you can make that decision later if you'd like.
Comments on that issue?
I think that's fine.
Yeah.
So.
My only comment is, I don't care. I'm looking for your input on which of these 2 is more important, right? You had issues about you had concerns about the board of review language.
Yeah.
City manager had concerns about the CFO designee, but there was also the possibility that we could delay certain contracts. Mr. Bellman.
Well, just in our conversation, I don't know if the city attorney, the board of review, the way it's written allows state statute to drive that issue. So I don't know if you want to highlight.
I'd be happy to, yes. One of the things that the Board of Review current charter says, and it may not say this exactly, but it starts with the phrase something along the lines of, except as otherwise provided by state law, or subject to state law.
Unless otherwise provided.
Unless otherwise provided. Some language like that. So everything after that is subject to state law. So yes, everything after that isn't in compliance with state law, but I think we're covered to continue with that one better than the CFO subject in situation.
Preferences between those 2. I think my preference would be, under those conditions, to go with the CFO one, because it gives us more flexibility. We don't have to wait 2 weeks to sign a contract, potentially.
Right.
Mr. Bellman.
And just for clarity, when I discussed that with staff, they had concerns that it may be longer than 2 weeks without a designee being identified in the charter. If somebody's off for, paternity, maternity, whatever the purpose is, it could be longer, and grants get very time sensitive, that even a 2-week delay may be problematic.
So it sounds like we're leaning as a body toward the city contracts clause being the 6th, and then the board of review being the 7th, but it doesn't hurt to send all 7 of them along.
Got it.
Right.
And just to be clear, it's because we need to be compliant with Michigan law. Regardless of what it's saying right now, the law will usurp our charter amendment, right?
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
I support the CFO.
Okay, great. And then you had a third?
Just, do you have any, this isn't your last chance technically, but it would be great if you have any other input. I think I know the answer to this one
You've done
when I
a
look
great
at my
job,
watch.
Mr. Dropper.
Yeah.
So,
I read through all the language, it all looks great, so.
okay.
Yeah,
But
and
I think
I'll
the other
just-
thing you're saying is, speak up now.
Right.
It would be good. It would be.
And I'll speak up to say that I still feel that we should leave the English language in that language. I know that I've been outvoted on that, but I'll just put it on the record that the way this reads, it'll be a permanent journal of its proceedings, which shall be approved by the council, but doesn't designate what language that would be in. So I would prefer to have some direction anyway in the charter. That's just my own beef.
Any further comment on that issue? Anybody want to respond? Okay, so we don't need a vote on this, do
No,
we?
no, just, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So the
Appreciate it.
last item on our agenda is item 4.5. Councilmember Singh.
Yes. Okay, so I thought I was not following some inconsistencies here. So we have 2 officers that the DDA has agreed to pay for. Are they paying for the benefits as well, or just the salaries?
Yes.
Pay
Salary, so
everything, yep.
medical and their pension or retirement?
Correct.
Okay. And it says for some set of years.
So if I remember correctly, and is Heather still here? I don't think we decided on a number of years at that meeting.
It'll
I'm
be-
sorry to tuck over Lori here. She's in charge of the DDA now, but I know
Welcome,
Heather
Lori.
was at the meetings.
It's good to see you.
So I can jump in and just share what was in the packet was that there was discussion about the remainder of this year and then next year's budget. And then it said in future years, but it didn't specify what that amount would be for years beyond 2027.
Okay, that's what I was curious, because I think for the MSA agreement or whatever, like, I was just trying to get a feel for how many years since we just had our 5-year forecast, as well as how it equates to personnel, so we're figuring that in over the long term. And then, okay, so we know it's for 2 years, or the rest of this year, in perpetuity is what I'm getting motion. That's the baseball signal I got in the back.
That's correct, but these positions will be only exist as long as they're funded by the DDA. So if the DDA ceases, the
Okay.
positions will go away.
And then what will happen to the officer? What happens if we're fully staffed?
Well, that becomes part of the conversation with DDA. You would lay off if you can't redeploy, or through attrition, reduce your staffing.
Okay. And then if these 2 officers are gonna have the beat downtown, are they gonna, like, some of the training we've talked about with the social workers in terms of being able to do street engagement with the unhoused, like, will that be incorporated in some capacity? Just, I just wanna make sure that everything that we're hearing across the board, that we are consistent regardless of staff members, if they are focused in an area where we're dealing with the same, set of challenges or populations that we're providing.
Yeah, that's a good question, and as you know, I'm fully supportive of as much training we can get as to our officers as possible. Some of the training that our social workers recently received in terms of the unhoused population is very specific to social workers, and how they would get information into software systems and such. But again, we'll continue to provide all of our officers as much training as possible.
Those were the questions I had.
Director Pope, you saw this through. Do you have any other things to add to this? I mean, well, you started this process. Is there anything that you wanted to add? No? Okay. Any further discussion of this issue? I would entertain a motion. Is there a motion?
Maybe I'll wait till after the motion.
All right. I will make a motion to approve the addition of 2 FTE police officer positions dedicated to the downtown area, funded by the Downtown Development Authority, and approve a related budget amendment and authorize the chief financial officer to modify appropriations accordingly. That's the motion.
A second.
Moved by Altman, second by Grigsby. Any discussion? Mr. Whalen. Mr. Whalen was first. Steve was first.
So again, you wouldn't be putting brand-new officers down there, right?
That's correct. We'd probably put 2 of our more experienced officers, and again, we don't know exactly what this looks like. At one point, we had a proactive enforcement and team that worked with the community. They did fundraisers, they did coat drives, they did a variety of things with the community, and so that may be an option as well, to go back and look at putting a team like that together. At that point, a couple years ago, that team involved 2 of our officers and 2 MSU officers. So there's lots of options, but for sure, we would use more experienced officers.
And that team was fabulous, by the way. But just so the DDA understands, a 20-year officer is more expensive than a brand-new officer. And that's what we're thinking? Is that where we're going with this? Or is it just kind of a generic 2-officer rate?
No, it'll be specific to the individuals assigned.
Because we'd really want somebody that's possibly experienced, because they've got the life skills, they've got, even the new officers are fabulous also. I leave that up to you.
Councilmember Singh, did you have something that you wanted to ask about that? No? Okay. Mr. Meadows?
Yeah, I just want to get the, sort of the process down. So what we are approving here is an amendment to our own budget, to the city's budget, to accept the revenues from the DDA to fund officers without knowing exactly what that budget amendment will consist of, because we don't know which officers and what the value of those officers are at this point in time.
So, yes, and in part what you're doing is also increasing the authorization on the number of personnel that the chief is authorized to hire. So that's first and foremost, because that increases the number of patrol. But two, yes, whoever's assigned, be it new or seasoned, would then determine that budget amendment.
And then we would also have, assuming that in 2 years, the DDA says, hey, we don't want to fund that anymore because we don't control their approval of their budget, we can absorb these officers and put them into our budget without the revenue stream of the DDA.
You could if you're in a position to, yes.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
There's a little bit of a different answer you just gave me, just for the record.
My recommendation is that they're like a grant. Their positions will be funded based on this revenue with the city, unless you have some, miracle increase in funding, may not be in a position to absorb 2 additional officers.
Well, I was sort of trying to get to that. But,
I understand.
But the bottom line is the DDA only exists because we allow it to continue.
That is
correct.
So all that revenue can come in our direction at some point.
That's correct.
Okay, just want to make clear on that.
Any further discussion? All right, so the motion is to approve the 2 FTE police officers, moved by Altman, second by Grigsby. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Those positions are approved. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Singh, second by Meadows. All those in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.